Hey guys, tonight we step straight into the untamed frontier. No warm-up, no gentle path, just you, the open land, and a sky so big it feels like it's watching you back. The air carries that dry, dusty smell you only get far from towns, and every crunch under your boots reminds you how alone you are out here. You won't believe this, but before people ever talked about the Wild West, frontier travellers were already writing in their journals that the silence out here was so loud it made their teeth ache. Alright, before you get too cozy, go ahead and smash that like button and subscribe, but only if your heart says yes. If you're listening right now, drop your location and your local time in the comments. I always love seeing where you guys are tuning in from. Dim the lights, get that fan going for some background vibes, and let's chill into tonight's little adventure. You step forward into a world where rules come second and instincts come first. There's no road behind you, no path ahead, just rolling grass, distant tree lines, and the low hum of insects that seem like they've been here far longer than any traveller. The first thing you notice is how the land feels older than anything you know. The way the wind pushes against your jacket tells you it's been doing this for centuries, long before you arrived. Somewhere to your left, a grasshopper snaps its wings, and you spin your head because even tiny sounds feel like warnings on the frontier. People who crossed these lands wrote about how the horizon could trick the eye, how distant hills always looked closer, and how time itself stretched in weird ways out here. One explorer swore the sun seemed bigger and meaner the further you went west, like it was deliberately testing him. It was probably just dehydration talking, but still, it makes you look up at the sky with a little more caution. Your first lesson comes quickly. You don't get to relax, not even for a second. You feel the ground shift under your boots, and a stream of loose sand slides forward. It's harmless now, but you're reminded that pockets of unstable soil can swallow wheels, animals, or careless travellers without much ceremony. That's the thing about the frontier. The danger isn't always loud. Sometimes it whispers. A mainstream historical fact settles into your mind. Early 19th century travellers often carried barely any formal maps because most of the terrain simply wasn't charted yet. The blank spaces weren't metaphors, they were real. Some guides claim they could smell direction by how the wind carried moisture or dust. Imagine trusting your life to something you can't even see. But the frontier had its strange side too. A fringe little tidbit drifts to you. Some travellers believed certain patches of tall grass hid breathing holes of underground animals the size of bears. A myth, of course, but one that kept people walking in wide circles around perfectly harmless meadows. The funny thing? Those circles worn into the ground still puzzled surveyors decades later. You take another step, and with it comes the realization that out here, survival begins before anything dangerous actually happens. The danger isn't the wolf you see, it's the one circling downwind. It's the creek that looks clean but carries alkali water strong enough to burn your throat. It's the midday heat that feels ordinary until the horizon starts warping like a living thing. You adjust your pack, breathe slowly and listen. The frontier doesn't want you dead, it just doesn't care whether you make it. That indifference is what sharpens every sense you have. The ground, the wind, the distance. They're all talking to you now. It's your job to learn the language. You keep walking, and without noticing it, you've already changed. Your steps are quieter, your breathing steadier. You're beginning to see why people said only the land itself decided who belonged here. You keep moving across the open stretch, letting the rhythm of your footsteps settle into something steady, something almost meditative. The light begins to tilt, softening at the edges, and that's when you start to understand the real initiation ritual of the frontier, learning how the land behaves as the day shifts. The shadows get longer before you expect them to. The breeze changes direction without warning. Even the birds grow quiet in a way that nudges a small instinctive caution into your chest. You walk with that awareness, not in fear, but in respect. Travellers once wrote that the frontier taught humility better than any preacher. A single misstep, a wrong turn at dusk, a careless stomp into a patch of brittle grass could change an entire journey. And while you try to look confident, your senses are slowly rewiring themselves. Every rustle makes your eyes flick sideways. Every change in temperature makes you check the horizon. You're tuning into the land, whether you mean to or not. You pause near a small rise in the ground, a place where the grass is just a shade darker. The soil here is firmer, tougher under your boots. It reminds you that the frontier was shaped by forces you can barely imagine. Ancient floods carving ravines, herds of bison pressing travel routes into the earth long before maps existed. And here you are, walking over that same ground, thinking you're the first person to feel its shift. It's a funny thought, but it bubbles up anyway. A traveller's journal from the 1830s described these same rises as the breathing ribs of the plains, claiming that the earth felt alive when you walked it. Maybe it was just the writer's poetic mood, but standing here now, feeling the subtle heat rising from the ground, you almost get what he meant. A mainstream historical reality comes to mind. Early frontier groups often moved slower than you might expect, sometimes no more than 10 or 12 miles a day, because the land required constant study. People needed to test soil with their boots, taste water before drinking, and climb small ridges just to check for storms. Even the most experienced travellers moved cautiously, because the ground saved its worst surprises for the confident. As you walk again, the sky darkens slightly. Not quite sunset, just the beginning of the frontier's evening shift. The wind picks up a strange smell, a mix of sage and something metallic. You instinctively slow down. It's nothing dangerous, but that metallic scent has a history. Some early travellers believed it meant lightning would strike nearby, so they'd scatter iron tools away from their camps. The theory wasn't scientifically sound, but the habit stuck, becoming one of those small rituals that gave people a sense of control out here. You keep going, feeling the first hints of loneliness flickering in your chest. Not the painful kind, more like the awareness of a vastness that doesn't care how small you are. This loneliness was something almost everyone mentioned when writing about their first days on the frontier. One woman described it as a great quiet hand pushing down on the heart, not cruelly, just firmly. And yet, she said she grew to love it. You begin to see why. There's a strange beauty in knowing the land isn't impressed by you. It asks nothing but attention. It rewards patience. It won't bend to your will, but it'll share its secrets if you walk softly enough. A hawk circles far above you, alone, scanning the ground with a calm kind of focus. You watch it and can't help feeling a subtle kinship. You're both guests here, learning the same rules, obeying the same boundaries. The light continues to dim, the air cools, and as the wind brushes your cheek like a quiet greeting, you take a long, slow breath and accept something silently, almost ceremonially. Your journey has truly begun. You walk a little farther until the land begins to speak in shapes instead of sounds. Soft rises, sudden dips, the faint hint of old trails pressed into the ground by creatures you'll never meet. Out here, reading the land becomes more important than reading any map. Maps lie. Land doesn't. You slow down without even thinking about it, letting your eyes drift ahead the way seasoned travellers described it. Not looking at the ground, but looking through it, like you're trying to see yesterday's footprint still hanging in the air. The grass moves in slow ribbons, bending in odd places while the rest stays still. That's the first clue. Animals pass through sometime in the night, pushing patterns into the stems. A skilled scout, far more skilled than you at this point, would kneel down and trace the bend, checking which way the blade snapped. But for now, you just squint and take mental notes, letting the land become a kind of silent textbook. A tiny slope pulls your attention. It's barely noticeable, but the earth here dips toward a line of darker soil. That often means water used to flow through, maybe does occasionally, or might again soon. Frontier guides learn to read these dry riverbeds like open pages. Some paths were safe, others hid soft sinking mud that swallowed wagon wheels whole. One traveller wrote that he watched a loaded cart vanish up to its axle in soil that looked completely dry. Standing above the faint dip now, you finally understand how someone could be tricked that easily. A mainstream historical detail floats back to you. Many frontier scouts relied on soil colour more than footprints. Darker patches meant older moisture, lighter patches meant loose dust. Reddish tones could hint at iron-rich ground, which often meant harder earth and steady footing. Some diaries even note that scouts tasted dirt to confirm moisture levels, something you quietly hope you never have to try. Still, you tilt your head, studying the earth like it's a living diagram. But reading land isn't only about safety. Sometimes it reveals strange little clues about the past. A quirky tidbit surfaces from travellers' letters. A few swore that certain lines of evenly spaced stones, too regular to be random, were messages from the land spirits. Later, surveyors realised they were actually ancient field boundaries left behind by earlier peoples, long abandoned but still visible in the right light. You glance at a crooked row of rocks nearby and smile a little, wondering how many imaginations ran wild out here before the truth came along. You crouch and run your fingers lightly across a patch of soil. It's firm, packed tightly, not dusty. That means something walked through here not long ago. Something heavy enough to compress the ground, but not so heavy that it left deep digs. Maybe deer, maybe something bigger. The frontier is generous with clues, but stingy with explanations. It gives you pieces, never the whole picture. As you rise again, the sunlight angles across the land just right, suddenly revealing faint horizontal lines you didn't see before. Subtle terraces, carved by winds so persistent they shape the very bones of the ground. You run a hand along one of the lines, imagining the centuries of storms that smooth them into the gentle steps you see now. Reading the land becomes almost hypnotic. You start noticing everything. The slightly different shade of dust near your left boot, the shift in grass height that hints at older soil beneath, the way distant trees cluster only on one side of a ridge. Frontier travellers said the land was its own kind of language, and the more time you spend with it, the more fluent you become. You take a slow breath and let your eyes drift farther outward, across the expanding horizon. Every line, every shadow, every shift, each one tells a story. And whether you meant to or not, you're starting to read it. You straighten up and take a few careful steps forward, letting the landscape settle into its wider shape. The frontier has a way of revealing itself in layers. First the obvious slopes and ridges, then the subtler clues that only appear when you're patient enough to wait for them. You let your pace slow until each footstep feels deliberate, almost ceremonial. That's when you notice another detail, the direction of the grass. Most people think wind always blows evenly, but out here it twists around invisible corners. You watch how the taller stems lean uniformly to the southeast, yet a small circular patch bends completely the opposite way. That's not wind. That's something that rested there. Maybe a large animal bedding down for the night, maybe even a small herd moving cautiously before dawn. You feel a quiet thrill knowing the land just whispered another secret, and you are awake enough to hear it. You crouch again, brushing aside a thin line of powdery soil. Beneath it is a tightly packed layer, older, heavier. Travellers used to call these memory lines, believing the earth stacked its stories one layer at a time. A seasoned scout could run his hand across them and determine not only direction, but also approximate age. You try it, letting your palms skim the ridge, and for a moment you imagine yourself stepping into those old boots. A mainstream historical reality slips into your thoughts. Many frontier scouts learned their tracking techniques not from military manuals, but from indigenous teachers who understood the land with an intimacy impossible to teach on paper. Their lessons focused less on footprints and more on relationships, how water shaped soil, how wind shaped plants, how animals shaped paths. Reading land wasn't a skill, it was a worldview. You stand again and walk toward a cluster of thorny shrubs. Their shape is odd, bent inward, almost as if something pushed through them from the inside out. You trace the bend, noticing broken twigs pointing consistently north. Something forced its way through here, moving fast and not bothering with stealth. These small signs make the land feel almost animated, like you're tracing the wake of creatures already gone. Then you catch something stranger, a neat little spiral of pebbles arranged beside a flat stone. The arrangement is too deliberate to be chance, yet too simple to be a landmark. It brings to mind a quirky frontier tidbit. Some travellers found small stone spirals they believed were wind markers, set down by earlier wanderers to show the direction of storms. Nobody ever proved it, and some archaeologists think they were simply children's playrings from long-forgotten camps. But the idea lingers with you as you turn the pebble spiral gently with your boot. The deeper you walk, the more clues appear. A sudden change in plant species, a faint indentation like an old wagon rut, a ring of bare ground where the soil refuses to grow anything, a sign that fire once burned here. Even the silence changes, becoming tighter, sharper. It's strange how quickly your mind adapts to picking out patterns that would have meant nothing an hour ago. A rabbit darts from one bush to another, leaving a barely visible track in the dust. But you don't just see the rabbit. You see the way its feet displaced the sand, the direction it moved, the trail it almost made but didn't commit to. It's as if the land is showing you shadows of what moves through it, not just the things themselves. You stop at the crest of a small rise, letting your gaze sweep outward like a slow exhale. This is the moment that catches most travellers off guard. When you read land long enough, it starts reading you back. You find your breathing syncing with the wind, your steps align with natural contours. The world feels less chaotic, more cooperative. The frontier hasn't become safer, it's simply become legible. You finally take a full breath, letting the horizon settle into clarity. You know now that reading the land isn't about finding danger. It's about understanding how everything, not just animals or people, but the wind, the dirt, the shape of the earth, moves through it. And once you see that, the frontier stops feeling empty. It feels alive. You keep walking until the land around you grows quieter, not silent, just holding its breath in a way that makes every tiny sound stand out. This is where you start learning the next survival skill of the frontier, listening for the things you can't see. Sound becomes your early warning system long before danger shows its face. You pause, tilt your head slightly, and let the air settle into your ears. The breeze brushes through the grass in steady sweeps. But beneath that, something else hums, a faint clicking, a soft rhythm. You're not sure yet what it means, but out here, even small sounds matter. You take one slow step forward, and the ground answers with a hollow thump. Not dangerous, just different. You shift your weight again, and this time the grass rustles behind you. Just a quick flick, like something ducking low. Your pulse picks up a little. Frontier travelers wrote again and again that their ears saved them more often than their rifles ever did. A good listener outlived a fast runner. You're beginning to appreciate why. A cicada buzzes somewhere above you, loud and sharp, then stops abruptly. That's the detail that catches your attention. Animals don't go quiet for no reason. Something moved, something nearby, something big enough that even insects paused for a heartbeat. You stand very still, breathing through your nose to keep your clothes from whispering with each inhale. The frontier rewards stillness. Movement gives you away. A mainstream historical fact slips naturally into place. Many scouts in the 1800s trained themselves to listen for sound patterns instead of individual noises. A single twig snap was nothing, but a snap followed by a shift in grass followed by a bird's silence. That meant something was moving with intention. You listen now the same way, letting the small noises arrange themselves into a pattern. The frontier is teaching you, inch by inch. Somewhere ahead, a low croak echoes off the ground. Not a frog, not quite. You narrow your eyes and focus, letting the sound bounce around your mind. It comes again, longer this time. That's when you remember a quirky old frontier tidbit. Some travellers believe that certain birds imitated predator sounds at dusk to warn each other, or even to confuse approaching animals. No one ever confirmed that, but the stories spread anyway. Standing here now, hearing that strange croak carry across the fading light, you understand why those myths took root. You shift your stance, listening harder. A distant rhythm taps in the wind, a hollow, almost drum-like beat. You imagine for a moment someone walking out there, pacing the earth with confident, heavy steps. But the rhythm isn't footsteps. It's the sound of a loose tree branch smacking repeatedly against a trunk. You let out a slow breath, realizing how easy it is to mistake harmless noises for threats when your nerves are sharp. Then something else enters your awareness, a soft scraping sound, coming from behind a cluster of sagebrush. It's steady, methodical, almost like claws dragging lightly through dirt. You don't see anything yet, but your ears draw a vague shape in your mind, a creature circling low, trying to stay hidden. Your hand inches toward the strap of your pack, not to fight, but to be ready to move. The scraping stops, the wind shifts, a long silence stretches across the land. You wait. Seconds pass in a slow, syrupy way, thick with tension. This is how danger works on the frontier. Quietly, patiently, without rushing. You listen so hard your ears almost ache. Then, from the shadows, a coyote trots out, glancing at you once before trotting away, bored. You let out the breath you didn't realize you were holding. It's a small moment, but it teaches you something important. Most frontier dangers don't announce themselves. They slide into the edges of your senses. Listening becomes an act of survival, a constant tuning into the harmony or disruption of the world around you. You take another step forward, letting the soundscape settle, and now you hear everything differently. The wind, the insects, the distant creaking of old trees, the quiet breathing of the land itself. Each noise carries meaning. Each whisper hints at a shape, a direction, a potential threat. The frontier hasn't changed, but your ears have. You stand there for another moment, letting the quiet settle into your bones. It's strange how the longer you listen, the less empty the frontier feels. Sounds that once blended together now separate into layers. Wind on the left, insects on the right, a shifting of distant branches somewhere ahead. You start to realize that the land is crowded with life. It just doesn't always feel the need to show itself. That's what makes listening so important out here. Danger rarely walks up and taps you on the shoulder. It brushes past the edge of your awareness and waits for you to ignore it. You start moving again, slow and measured, planting each foot with care. The grass whispers beneath your boots, but you notice something odd. The sound echoes differently depending on where you step. Some patches ring hollow, others muffled. You pause, tilt your head, and try again. Hollow there, solid here, softer there. Travellers from the 19th century wrote that they could detect hidden burrows or underground runoff channels just by listening to how the ground talked back. You're no expert yet, but you're beginning to hear the subtle differences. Then a sudden plock reaches your ears from somewhere ahead. Not a twig snapping, more like a small stone bouncing off something hard. You freeze, eyes narrowing, listening for the follow-up. You don't see anything. You don't hear anything. That's what worries you. Out here, the first sound is never the full story. You hold your breath, waiting for the next clue. A grass blade slides softly against another. You turn your head. Another gliding whisper. Something's moving in the brush. But the rhythm is wrong. Too steady. Too heavy for a rabbit. Too slow for a deer. You crouch down slightly, trying to shrink your silhouette. Every hunter on the frontier learned this trick. Sound travels differently depending on your height. Lowering yourself changes how your ears catch vibrations, and suddenly the world sharpens even more. A long, low exhale drifts from your right. You feel it in your spine before you register it with your ears. Something large is there, close, watching, deciding. Your pulse kicks up, but you stay still. Movement would be the wrong answer. And then, a sudden rush. Not toward you, thankfully, but away. A mule deer bursts out of the brush, hooves hammering the earth only after its body is already halfway across the clearing. The sound erupts in layers, grass tearing, soil spraying, hooves pounding, all overlapping like frantic drums. For a moment your heart pounds with it. Then the land quiets again, swallowing the noise as quickly as it gave it. A mainstream historical detail floats through your mind, grounding you. Frontier travellers often said deer could explode into motion silently until the very last instant, making them both easy to startle and terrifying to hear at close range. Some scouts joked that a deer's greatest weapon wasn't its speed, it was its ability to stop your heart with one sudden burst. But not every sound out here is rooted in fear. Some are just strange. A quirky old tidbit surfaces now. Early trappers sometimes heard eerie flute-like tones drifting across the plains at night. For years they thought it was spirits or wandering souls. Later they discovered it was just wind passing through specific hollow reeds, essentially creating accidental natural instruments. People still talked about those ghost songs, though. It added flavour to the silence. You keep listening as you move, letting the land tell you small things. The faint rattle of dried seed pods in a passing gust. The distant rumble of storm clouds forming somewhere beyond the ridge. Even the tiny scrape of your pack strap shifting becomes part of the soundscape you're learning to decode. Then you hear something new, something thin and high-pitched, like the brief whine of tension releasing. You look up and spot a branch bending under its own weight, ready to snap. That's a warning most people would miss, but you catch it now. You adjust your path, giving the tree a wide berth. No point becoming a footnote in the frontier because of a careless branch. The sun lowers further, deepening the shadows. Sounds grow thicker, closer. But instead of fear, you feel something different, an emerging confidence. You're not just hearing the land, you're interpreting it, responding to it, becoming part of its rhythm. By the time you take your next step, the silence no longer feels empty. It feels like a conversation you're finally beginning to follow. You keep walking until the land stretches wide and flat before you, the way it often does on the frontier, an open invitation wrapped in a quiet challenge. The air grows drier and the sun presses harder against your shoulders. Out here, water isn't just a need. It's the spine of every decision you make. You stop on a gentle rise and let your eyes scan the distance, searching for the subtle signatures of life-giving moisture. The hints are never obvious. A darker patch of green, a slight dip in the land, a cluster of trees growing just a little too close together. Each one could mean salvation or disaster. You start down the slope, listening to the crunch of soil as you go. You remember something every frontier traveller learned quickly. Water is the lifeline of the plains, but it's also the hunting ground of half the creatures you're trying to avoid. Even if you find it, the real trick is reaching it without walking straight into someone or something else's territory. The land doesn't hand out second chances. You crouch and touch a patch of earth that looks slightly damp. But moisture alone doesn't mean safety. A mainstream historical fact slips naturally into place. Alkali water, common across parts of the western frontier, looked perfectly clear but could burn throats, cause vomiting, and dehydrate travellers faster than going without. Some settlers learned the hard way and recorded moments of pure panic when entire wagon teams refused to drink despite days of thirst. Animals could sense danger, humans couldn't. You keep that in mind as you straighten up. You move closer to a cluster of shrubs, watching how the leaves hang. Drooping leaves often mean groundwater nearby, but not always. Sometimes it meant the plant fought too hard to survive in salty soil. You pluck one leaf, rub it between your fingers, and feel the residue left behind, powdery, faintly gritty. Not a great sign. A little farther ahead, though, the shrubs grow fuller, thicker, promising. As you step into a shallow depression, a faint track catches your eye. 2 parallel lines etched lightly into the ground. At first, you think it might be from a wagon, but the spacing is too narrow and the lines too soft. Probably the result of repeated animal movement, elk or deer heading toward water at dawn or dusk. You follow the trail a few paces until it forks, one branch stamped deeper and chaotic, the other shallow and clean. You pause. This is where the danger hides. Deep, chaotic tracks near water often mean larger animals moved through quickly, sometimes because they were startled. By what? Predators. The clean tracks mean routine travel, animals unbothered. You angle toward the quieter path. But the frontier being what it is, it never makes things simple. A quirky tidbit pops into your mind. Some early pioneers claimed that water could be heard long before it was seen, swearing the ground carried a faint hum or vibration when a stream was close. It wasn't true, of course, but the belief was so persistent people would press their ears to the soil like they were listening for a heartbeat. You smile slightly at the idea, then catch yourself half wondering if it might actually work. You take another step, and now the air feels different, cooler, softer, carrying the faintest hint of moisture. You slow your breathing to better notice it. Frontier guides wrote that the smell of water was rarely sweet. It was earthy, heavy, mixed with mud and wet stone. You smell it now, unmistakable. You edge closer, staying low, using brush for cover. Getting water is easy. Getting it safely is the hard part. The sun is dipping and predators often linger around water at dusk. You listen, scan the shadows, and let the tension settle in your chest like a coiled rope. Finally you spot it, a narrow ribbon of water snaking through a shallow trench, glinting softly where the last light grazes the surface. Relief washes over you, but only for a moment. You don't approach immediately. You wait. You watch. A dragonfly floats over the surface, a good sign since they prefer clean water, but the mud at the edge is scuffed deeply. Something big came by recently. You scan left, right. No movement, no breathing you can hear. You inch forward slowly, every sense alert. Finding water on the frontier is a victory. Reaching it alive is a skill, and you're only now beginning to understand how delicate that balance really is. You stay crouched in the brush a little longer, letting the quiet shape itself around you. Water glints just ahead, but the longer you wait, the more the silence begins to feel suspicious. Frontier journals often warned that the most dangerous moments weren't when you saw a threat. They were when everything looked peaceful. If the world feels too calm, you're probably not seeing the whole picture. That thought sits in your chest like a stone as you continue watching. A soft ripple breaks the surface of the water. Not big, just a gentle wobble, like something beneath brushed the underside. You stare, holding your breath. Could be a turtle, could be a fish. But on the frontier, a ripple that small could also be caused by something bigger easing itself quietly into the stream just moments before you arrived. You shift slightly, placing more weight on your toes, ready to move in any direction. The mud offers more clues. You crawl forward just enough to see a fresh impression. 3 distinct toe marks, a pad, the faint drag of claws. A coyote wouldn't leave claws that long. A wolf might. But the spacing is wider than a wolf track. Mountain lion, maybe. You glance at the scratch marks on a nearby log and can almost hear one of those old trail guides muttering. They love to drink at dusk. You straighten slowly, resisting the urge to hurry. Frontier survival isn't about speed. It's about not panicking when every instinct begs you to. You begin circling to the right, keeping a wide distance from the water's edge. The trick is to approach from the highest point possible. Higher ground gives you a better view and a better escape route. A mainstream historical detail rises gently into your thoughts. Experienced scouts often taught newcomers to never approach water in a straight line. Animals do that. Predators learn those patterns. Humans should zigzag, pause, and check blind spots. You follow the advice, shifting your path in small arcs as you weave through grass and low brush. Halfway around the bend, you hear a soft crunch. Not yours. Something stepped carefully, deliberately on the opposite bank. You lower yourself again, slow as dripping honey, and peer through the reeds. Nothing moves, but you catch the glint of 2 faint depressions in the mud, deeper than the others. Something heavier stood there recently. That's when a memory, a strange one, floats back to you. A quirky old tale frontier wanderers used to share around campfires. Some swore that certain waterholes were accursed because animals approached and then fled without drinking. Later, people realized these spots often had underground mineral deposits that poisoned the water ever so slightly. The animals weren't scared. They were smart. You give the stream a long, careful look, wondering if it's one of those places the old stories described. You wait another minute. 2. The world stays still. At last, when your nerves have stretched tight as wire, a single dragonfly zips past again, skimming the surface in lazy arcs. You take that as a small green light. Insects usually avoid contaminated water, and dragonflies in particular love the clean stuff. Still, you stay cautious as you inch closer. When you finally kneel by the edge, you don't drink immediately. You dip your fingers in first, feeling the temperature. Cool, consistent, no oily residue sliding across your skin. That's good. Then you scoop a small amount into your palm, lift it, and sniff. It smells like wet earth and stone, nothing metallic or sour. Only then do you take a slow sip, letting it sit on your tongue for a second before swallowing. Clean, smooth, no bitterness. Relief settles into your lungs like a warm breath. You refill your canteen carefully, always glancing left and right. The mud hasn't shifted. No new tracks appear. Whatever passed through earlier is long gone. Still, you don't linger. Waterholes are crossroads, places where prey and predator, wanderer and hunter all come sooner or later. Staying too long is how you end up meeting someone you didn't plan to meet. As you back away from the stream, the sky begins to dim, painting the land in broad strokes of amber and blue. The air cools around you, carrying the faint scent of wet grass. You feel calmer now, but sharper too. You came here thinking water was simple. It isn't. It's opportunity wrapped in danger, a blessing with teeth hiding behind it. You tighten the cap on your canteen and step lightly back into the tall grass, feeling the frontier shift around you once more. Alive, challenging, always watching. Finding water wasn't just luck. It was listening, reading, waiting, and trusting your senses. And now that you've done it once, the land knows you're learning. You walk away from the water with your canteen full, thinking you've won some small victory. But the frontier doesn't let you celebrate for long. The air cools, the wind shifts, and now you feel the weight of the next danger pressing against your skin. Night is coming, and night means cold. Cold means fire, and fire out here is never just fire. It's a beacon, a signal, a risk wrapped in warmth. You find a small rise in the land, just enough elevation to keep an eye on the surroundings, but not so high that your silhouette stands out against the fading sky. In the frontier, even your camp's position can decide your fate. You unload your pack, kneel in the grass, and begin the quiet ritual of preparing a fire that won't betray you. People think starting a fire is easy. Strike a spark, blow gently, done. But out here, you have to build it the way a frontier scout once taught. Low, hidden, controlled. The first step is gathering the right materials. You crouch and test the bark of a fallen branch. Too wet. You snap a twig. Too brittle. It'll crack like a pistol shot. Finally, you find a cluster of dry grass tucked beneath an overhang of roots. Perfect tinder. You gather it carefully, shaping it into a small nest in the palm of your hand. The wind brushes against your cheek, cool and steady. You turn your back to it, creating a pocket of stillness with your body. This is how experienced travellers worked, using their own frame as a makeshift windbreak. A mainstream fact comes gently into your memory. Frontier explorers often carried flint and steel, not just because matches were unreliable, but because a single spark from flint could be controlled, shaped, directed. Matches were flashy, flint was loyal. You pull yours out and give the steel a slow, deliberate scrape. A tiny spark drops into the grass nest. You don't blow on it. Instead, you breathe across it, soft and warm, the way a parent coaxes a candle to life. It glows, then stirs, then slowly spreads. A faint ember forms, pulsing like a heartbeat. You lean in and breathe again. The fire grows just enough to catch the smallest twigs. But here's where the danger comes in. Too big, and the flame will shoot upward, visible for miles in the low light. Too small and it'll die before it's useful. You add the twigs one at a time, almost apologetically, until the fire becomes a whispering glow no larger than your cupped hands. And then you hear it, the faint crack of a branch somewhere behind you. Not loud, not close, just present. You look over your shoulder, heart thumping in rhythm with the ember. Fire is a double-edged blade. It gives you warmth, light, and comfort. But it also tells every creature and every person exactly where you are. Some frontier journals describe wolves drawn to the scent of burning wood, staring from the shadows with cold curiosity. Others mention wanderers who followed campfire smoke to find lone travellers, not always with good intentions. And then There's the oddest frontier superstition, the quirky tidbit you once read. Some settlers believed firelight could call spirits of the plains, especially when flames flickered blue. Later, people realized that blue flames just meant burning sagebrush resin. But the myth stuck, scaring new arrivals into keeping their fires small and well hidden. You crouch lower, curling your hand over the small flame, shielding it from view. The brush behind you rustles once, then settles. Maybe just the wind. Maybe something deciding not to come closer. Either way, you keep the fire tiny. As the flame stabilizes, a gentle warmth blooms across your hands. You feel your muscles loosen a bit, your body softening from the cold creeping across the prairie. The comfort is subtle, temporary, but deeply welcome. The frontier teaches you something new. Fire is not about blazing heat. It's about control, humility, caution. Anyone can light a flame. Only a survivor can keep one alive without becoming a target. You sit close, legs drawn in, listening to the fire whisper softly in the darkening air. You sit with that tiny flame cupped between your hands, guarding it like a secret. The last streaks of daylight fade into a bluish grey, and suddenly the world around you feels larger, quieter, and more alert. The fire dances in its shallow pit, almost shy, casting a small trembling halo across the ground. You feed it a thin sliver of bark, barely thicker than a matchstick, and it accepts it with a soft sigh. You're starting to understand why frontier guides said fire wasn't a tool. It was a conversation. If you rushed it, it fought back. If you treated it gently, it worked with you. A faint breeze sweeps across the grass, bending the flames ever so slightly. You shift your position again, shielding it with your shoulder. The wind is telling you something. It's steady, coming from the west. That's good. A predictable wind helps you control the smoke. It also carries your scent away from the direction most predators travel at dusk, downwind toward water. A little frontier logic slips into your thoughts, the sort of detail oldists wrote with quiet pride. People who understood wind survived longer. People who ignored it didn't write much down. But the fire isn't your only concern. You listen to the darkness as it settles. Crickets pick up their nighttime song loud and rhythmic. The hum of insects thickens in the distance. And then, just as you're settling into the gentle night chorus, the crickets go silent all at once. Instant quiet. Your heart climbs up into your throat. Silence like that is never casual on the frontier. You place one hand lightly on the ground, feeling for vibrations the way experienced scouts did. Nothing at first. Then a light tremor. 2 quick, rhythmic pulses. Not human. 4-legged. Moving slowly. You kill the flame instantly, pressing a small mound of dirt over it and smothering the glow. A thin thread of smoke curls upward, disappearing into the darkness. Your eyes adjust to the low light. Off to the right, something moves, a shadow separating itself from deeper shadow. You freeze, breath held tight in your chest. The shape sniffs the air, low and deliberate. A coyote? Maybe. But its silhouette looks broader, more careful. You stay absolutely still, recalling a mainstream piece of frontier wisdom. Predators almost never approach if the fire is alive, but once the fire goes out, the world becomes curious again. Many travellers learn that lesson the hard way, waking to find wolves circling the ashes. A soft huff reaches your ears, followed by the faint crunch of retreating paws. Whatever it is, it decides you're not worth the trouble. You stay motionless until the crickets slowly return, their chorus warming the silence again. Only then do you let yourself breathe. With the danger past, you brush aside the small mound of dirt and uncover the ember. It still glows faintly, stubborn and loyal. You blow gently until it stirs again, then feed it a tiny pinch of dry grass. The flame returns, modest but alive. You whisper a quiet thanks. Not because you're sentimental, but because anyone who's lit more than one frontier fire knows gratitude keeps your hand steady. The night grows colder. You draw your coat tighter around you and press your boots near the pit to steal a little warmth. The sky above blooms with stars so stark and bright they almost look painted on. Some travellers wrote that frontier stars felt closer, more personal, as if the sky leaned in to listen while you rested. You feel that now, a kind of cosmic companionship. Then you remember a strange old tidbit. Certain travellers swore that tiny sparks bouncing off campfire coals could predict weather based on the direction they jumped. It wasn't true, of course, just sap pockets bursting, but the superstition survived for decades. Watching the ember briefly flare, you can almost see how someone might believe stories like that in long, lonely places. You settle back, letting the fire warm your hands and ankles. You don't make the flame any bigger. You don't need to. A small, well-controlled fire gives you warmth without revealing your presence. It's enough to push back the cold, enough to keep your spirit steady, enough to make this enormous, indifferent frontier feel like a place you can inhabit, even if only for one night. As the flames murmur softly and the night wraps around you like a heavy blanket, you take one last look into the darkness. There's no silhouette watching you anymore, no movement, no threat. Just the quiet assurance that your fire, small, careful, intentional, is doing exactly what it needs to. And in this land where every choice matters, that small circle of light feels like victory. The fire burns low but steady, and after a while you decide it's time to build the one thing that stands between you and the frontier night: shelter. Not a cozy cabin, not a snug tent, just enough structure to keep the cold wind off your spine and the predators guessing about your exact shape. Out here, shelter isn't comfort, it's strategy. You stand and stretch, feeling the stiffness settle into your shoulders. The night has fully taken hold now, and the darkness thickens around you like a slow-moving fog. You sweep the area with your eyes, choosing a spot that balances safety and practicality. The hill slope is gentle, the brush thick enough to use as cover, but not dense enough to hide something that might be watching you. Frontier guides wrote endlessly about shelter placement. A mainstream detail floats into your memory. Most experienced travellers angle their shelters with the opening facing east, catching the warm morning sun to drive away the cold dampness that settled overnight. They said it prevented waking up with stiff fingers and sluggish blood. You decide to follow that rule, marking out a small area where the first rays will reach you. You begin collecting materials, branches, bark, clumps of stiff grass. You test each piece carefully. Some branches snap too loudly, others bend too much. You want the ones that give just a little resistance before breaking, firm but flexible. They form the skeleton of your shelter. You lay them down in a narrow arc, weaving them together the way some frontier families described in old journals, building quick lean-tos when storms rolled in. As you work, a faint fluttering sound catches your attention. Wings. Not big. Maybe a night bird disturbed by your movements. But the sound is enough to remind you that you're not alone, and never will be out here. Every noise carries weight. Every rustle could mean something. You keep working, quieter now. You push a thick branch into the ground at a slight angle, testing its stability, then lean more pieces against it until a slanted frame forms. A small refuge shaped by your hands and your anxiety. You layer grass and bark on top, overlapping them like shingles. It won't keep out heavy rain, but it'll block the wind and break your outline in the moonlight. That's half the battle already won. Your hands sting from the dry bark and the cool night air bites at your knuckles. Still, you keep building, weaving the materials tighter. That's when another sound stirs nearby, a low rustle, slow and deliberate. You freeze. Listening becomes an instinct now. The rustle shifts again, closer, but not aggressive. You glance toward the tall grass and catch the outline of something small moving through the stalks. A fox, maybe. Maybe something else. But the sound is soft, unhurried, uninterested in you. You return to your shelter, though your heartbeat takes a little longer to calm. As you gather more brush, a curious old frontier tidbit pops into your mind, one that makes you smirk despite the tension. Some travellers used to tie a single shiny tin cup to the outside of their shelter, so it would clatter if an animal brushed against it. They called it a frontier alarm. It wasn't particularly effective. Some animals learned to avoid it, while others simply knocked it aside. But the image of a jittery pioneer relying on a dangling cup for security is strangely comforting. You don't have a cup to spare, but the idea lingers anyway. You step back to inspect your work. The shelter is small, angled low enough to hold warmth, but open enough that you can slip out quickly if you need to. You lean inside, testing how much space you have. It's just enough for you to curl on your side or sit upright against the back wall. Perfect. You don't want comfort. Comfort invites sleep too deep to wake up from when danger creeps close. The wind shifts again, carrying the grassy smell of the plains and something colder beneath it, dew forming on the horizon. The temperature will drop soon. You gather a few more handfuls of grass to use as a thin bedding layer, spreading it inside. Your hands work automatically now, following a rhythm you didn't know you had. The night deepens around you. A distant howl carries over the ridge, long, rising, fading. Another joins it, then another, farther away. Coyotes announcing themselves to the dark. You listen closely, judging distance the way experienced travellers once did. None sound close. You take a breath and settle the last piece of grass into place. Your shelter stands ready, humble, uneven, but undeniably yours. A small claim carved out of a vast indifferent land. Now all you have left is to step inside. You duck partially into the shelter, testing the weight of the structure with your shoulder. It holds firm, rigid enough to resist the wind, flexible enough to bend instead of break. That combination is important out here. You don't want anything too perfect or too heavy. A shelter that refuses to yield often collapses the moment a strong gust hits it. The frontier rewards adaptability, not stubbornness. You slide fully inside, letting your body settle into the narrow space you carved out of the night. Grass crinkles softly beneath you, forming a thin cushion between your back and the cold earth. The roof of woven bark and brush hovers low over your head, close enough that you can reach up and touch it, grounding yourself in the small safety you've created. Outside, the darkness feels alive. Inside, at least there's a boundary. A breath of wind skims along the outside wall, testing it. The structure gives a gentle sway, nothing more. That's the moment you understand why frontier shelters were intentionally imperfect. They had to move with the night. A mainstream historical detail settles into your thoughts. Many 19th century travellers built temporary shelters this way, calling them night skins, because they acted like a second layer, rather than a hard barrier. They weren't meant to stop danger entirely, just to soften it. You shift your legs, pulling them close against your chest. The shelter is snug, but comfort isn't the goal. Safety is shaped from limitations. Smaller space means less warmth lost, fewer blind angles, fewer shadows large enough for unwanted company to slip into. You lift a handful of loose grass and scatter it near the entrance, not to hide your tracks, but to hear them. Dry grass crackles under pressure. Even a cautious step can't mask that. The night thickens. The hum of insects rises and falls with the wind. Somewhere in the distance a lone owl hoots, low and haunting. The frontier's nighttime orchestra keeps playing, and you lie there listening, cataloguing each sound. The shelter doesn't silence the world. It narrows it. It transforms overwhelming space into manageable channels of sound. You can hear what's coming. You can judge what's passing. You can distinguish between the rustle of wind, the zip of a mouse, and the deliberate tread of something heavier. A sudden tapping sound pulls your attention. Tiny, irregular, almost playful. You inch forward and peek through the small opening you've left. A beetle, shiny and determined, climbs onto a fallen twig and taps its shell against the bark. You exhale a quiet laugh. It reminds you of a quirky frontier tidbit. Some travellers believe tapping beetles were weather messengers, predicting storms with their patterns. In truth, the beetles were just echoing vibrations from the cooling earth. But on lonely nights, little myths like that fill the gaps between silence and fear. You lean back inside. The shelter amplifies your awareness in unexpected ways. A faint drip of dew gathering on the roof. The subtle shift of air as the temperature drops a few degrees. Even your own heartbeat becomes part of the soundscape. Steady, rhythmic, reminding you that you're still here, still wielding control in a place designed to strip it away. The frontier wind grows colder, threading through the cracks of your shelter, but the structure holds, breaking its force into softer breezes. You bury your hands in the grass bedding. The stiffness in your muscles eases, replaced by the grounding warmth of simple work done well. Then a sound that is not wind reaches you. A soft, dragging noise. Slow, intermittent. You freeze. Every muscle locks into stillness. Your ears strain. Drag. Pause. Drag. Something moving through the brush. You hold your breath, listening for rhythm, weight, direction. The pattern shifts. It's not coming toward you. It's passing nearby, dragging something behind it. Maybe a branch snagged on fur, maybe a small animal hauling food. You wait, still as the roots above your head, until the sound fades entirely. Then you allow your lungs to exhale. The shelter didn't stop the danger. It didn't need to. It gave you cover, concealment, and the precious seconds required to understand what was happening outside. Out here, that's the difference between fear and clarity. You lie back slowly, pulling your coat tighter, letting the close walls of the shelter hug your uncertainty into something manageable. A thin beam of moonlight slips through a crack overhead, brushing your cheek like a cold fingertip. This isn't comfort, not the soft kind. This is frontier comfort. Borrowed security made from nothing but your hands, your instincts, and the stubborn desire to see another sunrise. And in its own strange way, it feels enough. You ease out of the shelter just before dawn, careful not to disturb the brittle grass beneath your boots. The sky hasn't yet decided whether it wants to be night or morning, hanging in that grey in-between that makes every shadow look suspiciously alive. This is the hour when the world is quiet enough that your heartbeat feels loud. Out here, moving quietly isn't just an option. It's survival carved into muscle. You stand still for a moment, letting the cold seep into your lungs. The frontier's morning air has that metallic taste it gets just before sunrise, sharp enough to wake every sense. You check the area, slow head turn, soft breathing, no sudden movements. Frontier guides called this listening with your skin. You're not sure you're that poetic yet, but you understand the idea. The land talks even when it doesn't make a sound. When you finally start walking, you step toe first into the grass, letting the heel follow like a whisper. Heavy steps travel, soft steps disappear. You test the weight of each foot the way hunters described in old letters, slow enough that your muscles ache from restraint. Moving quietly means more than silence. It means blending with the land, syncing with its rhythm. A mainstream historical detail filters naturally into your thoughts. Many frontier scouts trained themselves to time their steps with the wind. When the breeze rustled through the grass, they moved. When the wind fell still, they froze. It made them nearly invisible to both animals and people. You try it now, inhaling as the wind brushes past your ears, stepping as it sighs, pausing when it retreats. It feels strange at first, awkward even, but soon your steps begin to disappear into the natural noise. A meadow stretches ahead, wide and exposed, a dangerous place for someone trying to stay unnoticed. You drop your height slightly, knees bent, shoulders relaxed, and approach it at an angle rather than straight through. Straight lines draw attention. Curved paths mimic the movement of animals, making you just another shape in the morning haze. While crossing the meadow, you catch a flicker of movement to your right. You freeze so quickly your bones complain. A group of mule deer stands half hidden in the taller grass, ears pointing toward you like delicate funnels. They haven't bolted yet, that's a good sign. If deer don't consider you a threat, you're moving well. They blink once, twice, then return to grazing. A quiet success that loosens your shoulders just a little. You continue onward, sinking into a rhythm that's less like walking and more like drifting. A quirky old frontier tidbit comes to mind, one that you half laughed at when you first heard it. Some early explorers believed that quiet walkers could borrow the stealth of rabbits by lightly tapping their toes 3 times before crossing open ground. It sounds ridiculous, but the story stuck around long enough that plenty of people tried it. As you brush past a low shrub, you find yourself tempted to try it too, but decide you'd rather rely on skill than superstition. The ground ahead shifts from grass to loose sandstone patches, loud, brittle, ready to betray the slightest step. You crouch lower and test a stone with your fingers. It wobbles, not good. You shift to the left, pressing your weight onto firmer ground. Small adjustments like these save lives. One careless step could echo across the valley, inviting attention you definitely don't want. Then, just as you approach the next ridge, a distant crack echoes, sharp, sudden, unmistakable, a branch breaking under something heavy. Your heart tightens. You lower yourself instantly, flattening your silhouette against the rising earth. The wind pauses, unhelpful timing, and the world feels painfully still. You strain your ears. Another crack, softer, slower. Movement. Whatever it is, it's not close yet, but it's big enough to advertise itself accidentally. That means it's either confident or careless. You don't want to meet either type. You inch forward on all fours, placing your hands in the shadowed dips between rocks. Your breath stays shallow and quiet. You use the contours of the land to mask your approach, sliding behind a cluster of thorn bush that frames the ridge like a natural blind. When you finally peek over the edge, you see nothing at first. Just dry brush, a few distant trees, open land stretching far enough to swallow entire days of travel. Then, from behind a boulder, a shape moves. A shaggy blur of fur and muscle. A bear. Foraging. Unbothered. Far enough not to notice you, but close enough to remind you why quiet movement is more than courtesy here. You stay low, letting the bear wander at its own pace. Only when it drifts out of sight behind a thicket do you allow yourself to rise halfway, your heartbeat sinking again with the moving breeze. You walk on, quieter now, each step a calculated negotiation with the land. The frontier rewards the unseen and punishes the loud. You stay crouched for a few breaths longer, letting the tension settle and dissolve the way frost melts under morning sun. The bear's gone, but its presence lingers in the air, an invisible shape carved into the silence. You ease upright slowly, careful not to snap a twig or rustle more grass than necessary. Out here, haste is just another way to make noise. You continue across the ridge, but with every step you're more aware of how your body moves through the world. The frontier has a way of turning you into your own instrument. Feet soft, breath thin, arms relaxed. You're starting to understand something subtle. Quiet movement isn't about fear. It's about relationship. You're negotiating with the land, making promises you hope it keeps. The sun finally breaks over the horizon, spilling faint gold across the prairie. With the new light, the terrain shifts. Colours sharpen, shadows redefine themselves, and the world suddenly has edges again. That helps, but it also exposes you. Noise is only half the danger now. Visibility is the other half. You step along the ridge, choosing patches of earth that look darker, more compacted, less noisy. A mainstream historical detail flickers through your thoughts. Many frontier scouts deliberately stepped into the footprints of animals or other travellers to avoid leaving distinct marks of their own. Every track was a message. Every message had an audience. You test the idea now, planting your foot inside an older, larger print. The ground hardly moves beneath you. As you descend the slope, the land grows thornier. Dry brush collects in chaotic layers, each twig ready to snap if you misjudge your weight. You start moving sideways, sliding each foot under the stems rather than over. It works. You pass through the brush with only the faintest sighs from the branches, barely audible even to you. That's when you hear a familiar rhythm, soft, rapid, uneven movement somewhere ahead. Footsteps, human but light, quick, a single person, judging by the spacing. You duck instantly behind a juniper bush, lowering your body until your back presses into the cool earth. You hold your breath and listen. The rhythm stops. Silence. Then, a few moments later, a new sound. A whisper of fabric brushing against bark. Whoever it is, they're trying to be quiet too. And anyone trying to stay silent at this hour has a reason. You stay perfectly still, letting the land tell you what your eyes can't. Another step. A shift in weight. A breath. Caught halfway. Whoever it is, they're nervous. A quirky frontier tidbit comes to mind. The kind that makes your stomach tighten. Travellers often mistook nervous strangers for predators, and predators for nervous strangers. One journal from 1847 described a man who nearly apologised to a mountain lion he thought was a lost traveller in need of directions. Perspective out here is always one misjudgment away from disaster. You decide to wait. The silence stretches, long and thin. Then the footsteps resume, moving away this time, lightening with distance until they fade entirely. When the danger seems gone, you stay crouched another 10 slow breaths. Frontier wisdom. Never trust the first moment of quiet. It lies more than noise does. Finally you rise and continue forward, shifting your path slightly to avoid crossing where the stranger walked. People leave intentions behind in their tracks, and you don't want to inherit theirs. The ground grows friendlier again. Soft dirt, muted grass, fewer brittle stones. You slow your steps, letting your pace dissolve into the natural hum of the morning. A bird flutters overhead, landing on a stump with a delicate tilt of its head. It chirps twice. You pause. Birds are excellent informants. If they sound calm, so should you. You move on, letting their tiny calls form a kind of quiet permission. Your shadow grows longer as the sun climbs. With it comes the faint relief of warmth, lifting the chill from your fingers. The shelter you left behind seems distant now, small and temporary, like a chapter that's already grown soft around the edges. But the skills you gained in that little nest of branches stay with you. Awareness, patience, and the knowledge that sometimes the best way to stay alive is to become unremarkable. As you move through a patch of tall grass, you practice again, timing your steps with the wind, lowering your profile, letting your movement fade into the environment. It feels less like mimicry and more like partnership now. You're not just walking through the frontier, you're learning to not disturb it. By the time you reach the next rise, the world around you feels quieter, not because it is, but because you've tuned yourself to its frequency. Your ears catch the tiniest shifts, your eyes read shadows before they deepen, your steps fall softer than your heartbeat. The frontier still doesn't know your name, but it's beginning to accept your presence, and in a place like this that matters more than being seen. The morning grows brighter now, filling the plains with a pale gold that spreads across the grass like slow-moving fire. You crest the rise and pause, letting your eyes adjust to the bigger, wider world opening beneath you. From up here, the land looks harmless, gentle folds of prairie, a ribbon of trees edging a distant creek, a few lazy shadows drifting from passing clouds. But you know better now. The frontier never reveals its teeth until you get close. Your stomach reminds you it's been a long while since you last ate. Hunger on the frontier isn't just discomfort, it's risk. It changes your judgment, shortens your patience, dulls your senses. You feel that dulling now, a kind of fog creeping through your limbs. This is exactly when hunting becomes the most dangerous, when you need food badly enough that you might make reckless choices. Frontier journals mention this moment often. Hunters pushing too far, stalking too long, misreading tracks because their hands were shaking from hunger. You take a slow breath and force your mind back into focus. You scan the land for movement. Hunting isn't about finding animals, it's about finding the signs they leave behind. Bent grass, fresh droppings, a narrow trail pressed into the earth, and there, just at the slope's base, you spot hoofprints. Deer, likely, maybe more than one. The prints are fresh, edges still crisp. You kneel beside them, pressing your fingers lightly into the soil, cool, undisturbed. They passed through not long ago. A mainstream historical truth drifts into your thoughts. Frontier hunters rarely relied on rifles for every shot. Ammunition was heavy, scarce, and often unreliable. Many used snares, deadfalls, or traps crafted from whatever the land gave them. A clean shot was a luxury. Failing to make one was expensive. You feel the weight of that knowledge settle across your shoulders. You move downhill, staying low, following the tracks as they weave toward the tree line. Hunting while hungry is like trying to thread a needle in a storm. You need stillness inside yourself even when everything else shakes. You slow your breathing, steady your steps, and slip beneath the first line of branches. The forest changes everything. Light dims, air cools, sounds sharpen. Every twig underfoot becomes a warning you might give away. You shift your weight onto softer patches, moss, decayed leaves, exposed soil, choosing silence over speed. Frontier hunters often wrote about moments like this. One wrong step, one careless crack, and the woods would empty instantly as if the animals had dissolved into the trees. Ahead, you spot something promising. A patch of disturbed earth near a fallen log. You crouch beside it. A few strands of deer fur cling to the rough bark. A good sign. The deer used the log as a rubbing post maybe moments ago. Your pulse steadies with purpose. But that's when you notice something else. Parallel scratches running up the side of the log too high and too deep to be from deer. A bear mark. Fresh. You lean in, studying the grooves. The edges haven't yet faded to the colour of dried wood. Frontier hunters developed a habit of touching claw marks lightly with the back of their fingers. If the wood still held warmth from the sun, the animal was likely long gone. You try it now. Cold. That doesn't guarantee safety, but it tells you the bear moved through hours ago, not minutes. You whisper a thanks, quietly, inwardly, and stand again. Moving deeper into the woods, you catch a faint crackle of movement, a soft rustle. Your body goes still before your mind even processes it. You turn your head slowly, narrowing your eyes toward the sound. A shape flickers between the trees, low, agile, quick. A deer. Your breath hitches, not fear, but hope. The deer moves lightly, each step soft, head lowered to feed on a patch of early shoots. The wind favours you, blowing your scent away. The world aligns itself for a moment, offering you a slim, precise opportunity. But hunger sharpens your hand too much. You feel the tension in your muscles, the heat of adrenaline simmering too loud inside you. That's the trap. Hunger makes you rush. It makes your hands impatient. A quirky old frontier tidbit comes to mind. Hunters used to say, if you shake, the deer laughs. Of course, deer don't laugh, but the saying stuck because the meaning was true. An anxious hunter always scares his target. You inhale slowly, long and deep, letting your heartbeat fall into rhythm with the land again. The woods are quiet. The deer glances up once, ears twitching, but doesn't flee. You're hidden well enough, for now. Hunting at the edge of hunger is a dangerous dance, and you're just about to take your first step. You sink lower into the brush, letting the damp earth press against your palms. The deer is only a short distance away now, close enough that you can see the muscles ripple beneath its coat each time it flicks an ear. But distance lies to you out here. What looks close can vanish in a blink if you make the wrong move. Hunger tugs at your ribs like a begging hand. But hunger can't be the one making decisions. Patience needs to be the one in charge. You study the deer's posture the way old frontier hunters described in their journals. Head low means relaxed, tail still means unalarmed. Ears swiveling means curious but not frightened. You wait until the deer lowers its head again, then inch forward, placing your weight on the outside edges of your feet. Soft ground, less noise. Every movement is deliberate. Every breath is rationed. Even the air feels like it might betray you. You shift to the left, aiming for a cluster of saplings that will give you just enough cover to move closer. As you settle your boot behind a stone, a twig presses into the leather. One wrong angle and it will crack, loud, sharp, final. You freeze, feeling your heartbeat jump into your throat. A bead of sweat gathers at the back of your neck, but you ignore it. Moving now would risk everything, so you wait. One breath, another, a third. The deer lifts its head slightly, ears turning like weather vanes. You stay still. Finally, the deer returns to feeding, and the world exhales alongside you. A mainstream historical detail returns to your mind. Many frontier hunters preferred shooting from a kneeling position because it steadied their aim and lowered their silhouette, making them blend more naturally with the terrain. You slide quietly into that posture, settling your weight onto one knee, grounding yourself like a rooted sapling. Your hands feel steadier now, anchored to the earth beneath you. But before you go any further, you notice something odd. A sudden silence in the nearby brush, a tiny pause in the wood's breathing. It's barely noticeable, only a shift in rhythm. But you've learned enough to pay attention. Silence is information. Silence is warning. You scan the area around the deer, narrowing your view. And then you see it. Another shape, half hidden, moving in slow, calculated arcs. Low to the ground, patient, focused. a predator, a cougar. The realization comes with a cold rush through your veins. The cougar hasn't noticed you. Its attention is fixed entirely on the deer. But that fact doesn't comfort you. If you spook the deer, you might spook the predator too. And a startled cougar is not something you want anywhere near you. You remain motionless, breath caught between your ribs. The cougar inches forward, each movement smoother than the last, its muscles coiled beneath its fur like braided rope. It is the perfect hunter, silent, efficient, unhurried by hunger, because its body is built to win. A quirky, unsettling frontier tidbit surfaces, one that makes you swallow hard. Some hunters believed cougars could mimic the sounds of injured prey to lure animals, or even humans, closer. No one proved it, but stories of eerie cries echoing through the woods persisted for generations. Watching the animal now, you understand how such legends took root. Time slows. The deer grazes, unaware. The cougar shifts. You brace yourself for the outcome you know is coming, but nature is unpredictable. A sudden gust of wind sweeps through the trees, blowing your scent across the clearing. The deer jerks its head up. The cougar stiffens. And just like that, everything explodes. The deer bolts, crashing through the underbrush with frantic leaps. The cougar lunges, muscles snapping like coiled springs. But the timing is off by a half-second. The attack misses, a streak of fur disappearing behind a fallen log. For a moment there's only chaos, branches snapping, hooves kicking up dirt, the heavy thud of predator pursuit. Then silence, a long, trembling silence. You stay frozen, every nerve stretched tight. The danger is out there somewhere, its outcome uncertain. You don't move until the forest gradually resumes its breathing. Birds chirping, insects humming, branches settling back into place. Slowly you retreat from your kneeling position, keeping your eyes on the trees. You're not going to follow the chase. You're not going to see how it ends. Out here, survival means knowing when not to participate in the story unfolding around you. Your stomach growls again, louder this time, but you swallow the frustration. Hunting isn't about one attempt. It's about reading the land, waiting for the next opportunity, and staying alive long enough to take it. You move quietly back toward the edge of the woods, hunger still gnawing at your insides, but your instincts sharper than before. You didn't get a meal, but you learned something far more valuable. On the frontier, you're never the only hunter. You leave the tree line slowly, letting the forest settle behind you like a door closing quietly. Hunger still presses at your ribs, but now there's another lesson shaping itself inside you. Even when you do catch something, cooking it without attracting trouble is its own dangerous art. The frontier makes you earn every bite twice, once in the hunt and again in the cooking. As you step into a clearing with soft, flat earth, you feel the wind brushing gently across your back. You lift your head slightly and let it pass over your cheeks. This matters, maybe more than anything else you do today. Smoke always travels downwind, and predators often travel upwind, noses raised, following the invisible trails you leave behind. If you pick the wrong place to cook, you're announcing your position like ringing a dinner bell. You walk a slow circle around the clearing, trying to read the wind's patterns. It blows steady, then shifts, then steadies again. That's no good. You need consistency. You move farther west where a cluster of low shrubs bends in unison. Here, the wind is more disciplined. Good. You mark the spot in your mind. A mainstream historical detail floats up gently. Many travellers on the frontier cooked their meals inside shallow pits, wide enough for coals, narrow enough to smother light. Some called them hunters' stoves. Others called them cowards' fires, though those were usually the ones who didn't survive long enough to reconsider. The idea was simple. Fire below ground meant less smoke, less glow, less scent drifting across the land. You drop to your knees and begin digging with your hands, scooping out a small bowl-shaped depression. The earth is cool, damp in the deeper layers, and it clings under your nails. You pat the edges smooth, then gather a handful of dry grass and twigs, enough to build a tiny bed of heat. Nothing more. Of course there's a problem. You don't have meat. Not yet. But you do have a small pouch of dried roots and a few brittle strips of jerky. Not much, but enough to warm your stomach and keep your strength up. Cooking them still matters. Even the faintest scent can travel. Even jerky can draw attention if heated carelessly. You shape a tiny fire within the pit, coaxing it to life with gentle breaths until the twigs glow, not blaze. You know better now than to let flames climb. Flames make light. Light makes danger. You sit back on your heels, listening to the crackle, not loud, but sharp enough to remind you that everything has a cost. A low crackle here might echo strangely in the valley, twisting into something larger and more suspicious by the time it reaches a predator's ears. A faint rustle behind you turns your head. Just a rabbit darting between shrubs. You let out a breath you didn't realize you'd been holding. It's almost amusing how every sound out here has the power to rattle your bones. Almost. You kneel again and sprinkle a light layer of soil around, the pit's rim. This reduces the glow, traps the heat, and helps hide any smoke that might escape. The jerky warms slowly, releasing the slightest aroma. Salty, smoky, subtle. Your stomach twists in anticipation. A quirky frontier tidbit drifts through your thoughts. Some old hunters insisted on cooking with certain desert shrubs because their smoke smelled so pungent it masked the scent of meat. They believed it confused wolves, bears, and even rival hunters. In reality, it mostly just made everyone cough. But the idea of smoker's armor stuck around anyway. You lift a piece of warmed jerky to your mouth and chew slowly. It isn't much, but it helps. The heat spreads through your chest, loosening the knot of hunger just enough for you to think clearly again. But you're not done. Not yet. Because the real skill here isn't cooking, it's erasing the evidence afterward. You bury the coals, scatter the dirt, disperse the ash, and brush away footprints until the ground looks as though nothing ever happened. Frontier journals often warned, leave the land cleaner than you found it, or the land will send someone to find you. Whether that was superstition or wisdom didn't matter. Out here, you follow every rule that keeps you breathing. You rise slowly, wipe the dirt from your hands, and survey the quiet valley ahead. Cooking without calling predators isn't just about making food, it's about making sure you don't become someone else's. You stand for a moment, letting the last traces of warmth settle in your stomach, and then you crouch again, studying the pit you've just filled. The surface looks a little too smooth, too intentional. Anyone with experience would spot that anomaly. So you rough it up with your fingers, scatter a few leaves, drag a twig lightly across the dirt. Imperfection is camouflage. Perfect circles don't exist in nature. The wind shifts again, carrying the faint scent of warmed jerky away from you. You follow its trail with your eyes. Not that you can see it, but you've learned to visualize how scents move. The breeze lifts, then dips toward the nearby shrubs. Good. Anything following your scent would wind up searching the wrong direction. You walk a few paces away from the cooking site, letting your feet find soft patches of earth. No twigs, no loose gravel, no brittle branches. Every step is a decision. The frontier doesn't forgive footsteps that sound like invitations. As you settle behind a thicker patch of brush, you sit and listen, really listen. Your ears sift through layers of sound, the wind pushing through tall grass, the buzzing of insects, the faint creak of a tree limb shifting under its own weight. All normal, all safe. Then something shifts. A soft, rhythmic sound, almost like sniffing. You tense, muscles tightening without your permission. You lower yourself further, pressing your body against the earth. The sniffing grows louder, pauses, then resumes. Something is searching the wall area. You peek through a slit in the brush. At first you see nothing. Then you spot it. A coyote trotting into the clearing, nose to the ground, tail low, moving with that cautious hunger that marks scavengers everywhere. It sniffs near your cooking pit, circling it once, twice. Your body goes cold. The coyote paws at the soil, sniffs again, then lifts its head sharply as if expecting something to appear. You hold your breath until your chest burns. Coyotes aren't usually dangerous to lone travellers, but hunger makes every creature braver. And where there's one coyote, there are usually others. A mainstream historical detail rises quietly in your mind. Frontier travellers often learn that coyotes were expert trackers, not for people, but for opportunities. They'd follow the faintest trace of scent for miles, hoping to find scraps left behind. That's why hunters insisted on burying pits deep and masking the scent with dirt or ash. You're suddenly grateful you followed those rules. The coyote continues sniffing, growing more restless. Then it does something that tightens your nerves. It sits, right by the pit, as if waiting. Your breath stutters. Did you leave something behind? A scrap? A fingerprint of scent? You can't move. If the coyote sees you, it might stay. It might call others. It might decide your presence is its next opportunity. Minutes drag on like hours. The coyote sniffs the wind again, ears twitching in multiple directions, trying to decode scents you can't even detect. Then, without warning, it stands, trots a few feet away, sniffs the ground again, and starts moving steadily east. Its tail flicks once, twice, and then it disappears into the tall grass. You let out a soft, quiet breath, slow enough that it doesn't disturb the air around you. Relief feels fragile, like something that could crack if you acknowledge it too loudly. The coyote's visit teaches you something crucial. Even the smallest bit of cooking can ripple across the land, drawing attention from creatures that never meant to cross your path. The frontier is a web, and every action, every spark, every smell, every footprint pulls at threads you can't see. A quirky frontier tidbit surfaces, offering an odd kind of comfort. Some pioneers hung cooked food from trees not to store it, but to confuse wandering spirits. In reality, it was just a method to keep food away from animals, but the superstition stuck. People liked having stories to explain the inexplicable. Out here, sometimes myth feels easier to hold on to than practical advice. You rise slowly from the brush, stretching your cramped legs. The land feels quieter again. The danger has moved on. You adjust your pack and take one last look at the patched earth where your fire had lived. It's almost invisible now, just another patch of dirt among thousands. That's what survival looks like, leaving no story behind. When you turn to move on, the frontier seems to watch you with a kind of quiet approval. You've passed another test, not by strength, not by speed, but by invisibility. And in this place, disappearing is sometimes the smartest thing you can do. You step back into the open plains, and the wind greets you with a colder bite than before. Morning is slipping toward midday, but the air feels unsettled, like it's being pulled in two directions at once. Out here, weather doesn't shift politely. It comes at you sideways, fast, without warning. Frontier travellers used to joke that if you didn't like the weather, you only had to wait 5 minutes. But beneath the humour was the truth. Storms on the frontier were unpredictable, violent, and willing to rearrange whole days, and sometimes whole lives. You climb a low ridge, hoping to get a better view of the horizon. From up here, you see the first sign, a smear of grey building in the west, thickening like smoke rising from the earth. You narrow your eyes. That's not morning haze. That's a wall of storm cloud, tall and heavy, stacking itself higher by the minute. You feel a small twist in your gut. Weather moves faster out here than any animal ever could. You study the sky the way old scouts once did. Colour, movement, direction. A mainstream historical detail comes to mind. Experienced frontiersmen learn to recognise anvil clouds, towering formations that often preceded sudden thunderstorms. They could bring lightning, hail and wind strong enough to snap wagon axles. You look again. There it is, a faint anvil shape forming at the top of the grey mass, flattening like a stone tablet in the sky. The ridge wind begins to rise, not soothing, not steady, but jittery, changing direction in little choking gusts. You pull your coat tighter around you. This is how storms announce themselves. Not with thunder, not with rain, but with strange, unsettled air that feels like the land is holding its breath. You start moving, faster this time, angling toward a dip in the terrain. You need shelter, not a full structure, just a low shielded pocket where the wind won't take you off your feet. Lightning can travel across open ground. Hail can flatten a person. Wind can hurl debris like stones. Frontier journals describe men knocked down simply by air, slammed onto the ground as if by a giant's invisible hand. You reach the dip and crouch to study it. Tall grass grows thick here, bending in strange, synchronized waves. You drop to one knee and press your hand against the earth. Cool, damp, a good sign. Low ground often carries moisture from earlier rains, meaning the soil is stable. But you don't want to pick a spot too low. Flash floods can sweep through without warning. You move along the dip until the land rises slightly on both sides, forming a narrow, natural cradle. Perfect. You slide inside, letting the earth wrap around you like a shield. The wind crochets through the grass overhead, pulling at the blades faster and harder. You hear a distant rumble. Not thunder yet, but the air beginning to vibrate with what's coming. And then you notice something else. The animals. The birds that were singing just minutes ago are gone. No chirps, no wings, no movement. Even the insects have quieted. Nature abandons its soundtrack long before humans understand why. A hush settles so deep you can hear the blood in your ears. A quirky old frontier tidbit drifts into your mind. Some settlers believed that when the prairie fell silent it meant the sky was listening. It wasn't true, of course, but the eerie quiet made the story believable. Standing here now, cloaked in the sudden silence, you feel the weight of that old superstition pressing through the grass. You crouch lower as the first gust slams into the ridge above you. Dust lifts in swirling sheets. Grass bows nearly flat. You watch the clouds roll over themselves, layered and thick, dark enough to erase the sun. Lightning flickers deep inside the storm, lighting the cloud layers like lanterns buried in wool. You brace yourself, tucking your head, gripping the earth with both hands. Out here, weather isn't background. It's a presence, alive, unpredictable, and strong enough to shape every decision you make. And now it has found you. The wind slams into the ridge again, this time hard enough to make the ground tremble beneath your palms. You hunch lower, letting your body fold into the shape of the land. That's the only safe posture in a frontier storm, small, grounded, uninteresting to the sky. The grass overhead whips wildly, slashing back and forth like frantic green ribbons. You keep your head down and breathe slow through your nose, reminding yourself that storms here don't follow the polite arc of thunderstorms back home. They arrive like ambushes. A sudden flash, white, sharp, violent, lights up the sky. The thunder follows so quickly it sounds like the clouds are splitting open right above you. The sound rolls across the plains in long, ragged waves, bouncing between ridges and returning to you as a deep, shaking echo. You feel it in your ribs. Lightning out here is no joke. Frontier journals are full of stories of people struck while standing too tall or touching metal at the wrong moment. You curl your hands away from the small pieces of steel in your pack and press your fingers into the dirt until the earth fills your nails. Rain begins to fall, not gently, but in sudden, heavy drops that strike your coat like thrown stones. They grow faster, harsher, until the entire world becomes a curtain of churning water. The grass around you presses flat under the weight of the downpour. Each drop feels cold enough to sting, running down your sleeves, soaking into the collar of your coat, clinging to your hair. But your sheltering spot holds. The rise on both sides deflects the worst of the wind, allowing the rain to fall straight rather than sideways. You watch it rush down the slopes, gathering into thin rivulets that snake toward lower ground. You keep a close eye on them. Flash floods can build from trickles. If the water rises too fast, you'll have to move storm or no storm, a mainstream historical. Truth threads into your awareness. Frontier travelers often describe storms that traveled faster than horses, sweeping across open land with such speed that the leading edge hit like a moving wall. Some wagons were overturned, some fires were snuffed instantly. Some travelers survived only because they found natural depressions like the one you're in. The land itself was the only shelter. The thunder cracks again, closer this time. You flinch even though you try not to. Lightning forks downward in a jagged streak far off to the west, striking the ground with a brilliance that lingers in your eyes. You blink spots away, heart hammering a little faster. The air smells sharply metallic, a sign lightning is close, drawn from particles rising off the ground. You flatten yourself even more. Then comes the wind shift, the one the old journals warned about. It hits from the north, colder and more forceful, spinning droplets sideways and tearing at the grass like claws. You brace yourself. This is the storm's second breath, the dangerous one. You cling to the earth with both hands as the gusts scream over the ridge, powerful enough that they roar like distant waterfalls. You risk a glance upward. The clouds churn in layered spirals, dark at their centres, almost green at the edges. A strange, eerie colour often noted by settlers who experienced fierce prairie storms. No one ever explained why the sky turned that way. It just did, like a warning painted across the horizon. A quirky frontier tidbit floats up through your memory, absurd enough to give you a tiny, humorless smile. Some travellers believed storms were caused by sky beasts, invisible creatures thrashing above the clouds. They blamed tornadoes on whirling horns and lightning on sky claws. It was nonsense, of course, but when the wind screams like this and the clouds twist above you, you start to understand why people needed stories like that. Another lightning strike, another bone-rattling boom. The air vibrates. The storm is right on top of you now, a living presence, huge and unpredictable. But your shelter holds. The land you chose protects you, not perfectly, but enough. Minutes pass, or maybe hours. Storms blur time until the rain starts to soften. The thunder grows more distant. The wind begins to lose its angry edge. The sky lightens from charcoal to deep grey, then to a softer, diluted silver. Slowly the world exhales. You wait longer, long enough that the silence feels genuine rather than deceptive. Then you sit up, water dripping off your coat, your hair, your elbows. You swipe rain from your eyes and look out across the plains. The storm has moved on, leaving behind a landscape washed clean and glistening like hammered metal. Your clothes cling cold and heavy to your skin, but you're still here, still breathing, still part of the story the frontier is writing around you. Surviving a storm out here isn't a matter of strength, it's a matter of humility, learning when to bow to the sky rather than challenge it. You rise slowly, legs trembling from holding still so long, and step back onto the damp earth. The frontier has thrown its finest chaos at you, and you're still standing. The storm leaves the land shining like a sheet of hammered silver, and every breath you take carries that cool, metallic scent storms always leave behind. Like the earth has been rinsed clean. Your clothes cling to you, soaked and heavy, but the air is warming again as the clouds drift east. You squeeze water from your sleeves, flex your stiff fingers, and look toward the horizon. That's when you hear it. A low, distant roar. Not thunder this time, but something deeper, more constant. You step closer to the edge of the ridge and feel the sound before you fully hear it. It vibrates faintly through the soles of your boots. A river. Frontier rivers weren't the calm, storybook streams people imagine. They were fast, cold, and entirely uninterested in the fate of anything that entered them. Travellers wrote that river crossings felt like arguments with the land itself. Every current, every undertow, every shifting stone ready to pull you under. Now, as you descend the slippery slope into the valley, you begin to understand that nervous anticipation. The grass grows taller near the river, bending under its own weight, still soaked from the storm. You tread carefully, mindful of how slick the ground is. Wet earth makes poor footing, and the last thing you want is to slide straight into the water before you're ready. You crouch and test the soil with your fingers. Muddy, soft, unpredictable. You'll have to approach slowly. You hear the river before you see it, rushing, tumbling, slamming itself against hidden rocks with restless force. When the trees part enough for you to catch your first glimpse, you stop instinctively. The water is swollen from the storm, surging stronger than usual, churning with a kind of chaotic confidence. You exhale slowly, letting the sight settle into your bones. A mainstream historical fact drifts into your mind. Many frontiersmen considered river crossings the most dangerous part of any journey. More people died from drowning than from predators or conflicts. Horses, wagons, entire caravans could disappear into water that looked only knee-deep. The currents were deceptive, shifting beneath the surface like coiled muscle. You walk along the bank, watching the colour of the water. Clear water is good. Dark, cloudy water means trouble. Today it's a murky grey-brown, storm-churned, filled with debris. Not ideal. You will have to choose carefully. Branches float past, spinning in frantic circles. Some disappear abruptly, sucked downward into unseen dips. You swallow. That's the river's way of speaking, showing you what it does to anything that enters unprepared. As you continue walking, something catches your eye. A fallen tree bridging two rocks, its thick trunk angled partly over the river. You study it from a distance. Travellers sometimes use natural crossings like this, but a tree that isn't rooted on both sides is a trap waiting to happen. You remember an old journal entry written by a surveyor who called such crossings the Liar's Bridge, promising safety, delivering disaster. You shiver and move on. Then, as you follow a bend, you notice something odd, a section of the river that appears smoother, its surface less chaotic. Not calm, but calmer. You approach it cautiously. The bank dips into a shallow shelf of stone, worn flat by decades of water. This could be a crossing point. Could be. The frontier doesn't hand out guarantees. A quirky frontier tidbit floats into your thoughts. Some explorers place small reeds upright near the shore to measure current strength. If the reeds bent sharply, the water was too fast. If they bent only slightly, The crossing was manageable. You pick a slim twig from a nearby bush and place it upright in a gap between the stones. It wobbles but stays in place, bending gently with the current. A promising sign. You crouch lower and dip your fingers into the water. It's colder than you expect. Icy, sharp, reminding you that numb limbs can be as deadly as the current. You watch how the water folds around your hand, how the current pulls at your skin, how quickly it wants to drag you deeper. Crossing will require timing, footing, and the courage to trust your body against something far stronger than you. You wipe your hand on your coat, stand up slowly and study the river one last time. The frontier has tested your ears, your patience, your stealth, your fire, your shelter. Now it tests your balance. And as you step closer to the edge, you feel the river's cold breath lifting little goosebumps along your arms. This crossing will not be simple. It never is. You stay at the water's edge for a long moment, letting the current speak to you before you dare answer. The river's voice is layered, surface flow rushing fast and loud, deeper currents twisting silently underneath, pulling in different directions. You study them the way old frontier scouts described. Not with your eyes alone, but with your whole body. You crouch, tilt your head, listen. The water slams against stones in irregular beats. That's the river telling you where footing will be treacherous. You step along the bank, searching for the line where the water stops looking angry and starts looking merely annoyed. That's the best you can hope for. On the frontier, safe rivers don't exist. Only degrees of danger. You pause when you spot a small outcrop of stones forming a staggered path just beneath the surface. The tops glisten like polished bone. They're uneven, but they're stable. That's the key. You slip off your outer coat and tie it tightly around your pack. If you fall in, you don't want soaked fabric dragging you under. Frontier journals often advise travellers to loosen their boots before crossing. You tug yours slightly, enough to slip out quickly if the water takes you. Heavy boots become anchors. You test the first stone with your foot. It wobbles slightly but holds. Good enough. You step onto it fully, balancing your weight on the ball of your foot. The river pushes hard against your ankles, colder and stronger than it looked. Water has a way of hiding its true strength, like a quiet person who suddenly shoves you with surprising force. A mainstream historical truth flickers through your mind. Pioneers talked often about sucker currents, hidden streams beneath the surface that pulled legs out from under even the strongest travellers. If your foot slipped into one, there was no bargaining with the river. You'd be swept downstream before you could shout for help. You step onto the second stone, heart beating a little faster. The current pulls harder now, tugging at your calves. You brace yourself with a deep breath, spreading your arms slightly to stay balanced. Each step forward is an argument with the water. Each stone is a promise you hope it keeps. Halfway across, you feel the river change its attitude. The current shifts direction, swirling unpredictably around your knees. A floating branch bumps against your leg, startling you. You bend your knees quickly to stay balanced, feeling your muscles tighten as the water tries to pull you sideways. For a moment, the world narrows into a single thought. Don't fall. You steady yourself by planting your foot onto a larger submerged stone. It's slick, dangerously so. Your boot slides an inch, and your stomach lurches. You catch yourself by instinct, dropping your weight low. The river surges past your shins, angry at being defied. You grit your teeth and stay low until the wobble stops. That's when a quirky frontier tidbit surfaces, almost comically ill-timed. Some early explorers believed river spirits tested the worthiness of anyone trying to cross. If the water rose suddenly, it meant the spirits were displeased. If it calmed, they were satisfied. You don't believe in river spirits, but standing here with your foot nearly swept away, You understand why people invented them. Fear always needs a face. You pause long enough to breathe again, then push forward step by careful step. The last stretch is the hardest. Stronger current, deeper water, fewer stones to trust. The river makes one final attempt to claim your balance, sending a cold surge around your knees. You plant your foot against the nearest stone and ride it out, heart pounding. Then, suddenly, the water recedes from your legs, and your boot finds solid ground on the far bank. You stumble forward into the wet grass, breathing hard, shaking from the cold and the adrenaline. For a moment you just stand there, hands on your thighs, letting the reality settle. You crossed. Not gracefully, not confidently, but successfully. You turn back and watch the river rage behind you, its surface smooth in places, vicious in others. It looks almost innocent now, harmless even. That's the frontier's favourite illusion. Rivers look calm after they've already tried to kill you. You step farther from the bank, putting distance between yourself and the sucking mud. Wet boots squelch against the ground. You don't care. You're alive. You pull your coat back on, the fabric damp and cold but comforting in its weight. Crossing the river feels like passing through a threshold, a border between what you were and what you're slowly becoming. You feel harder now, quieter, sharper. The frontier is chiseling you piece by piece. You take a final look at the water, nod once, and turn toward the plains ahead. The land has more tests waiting for you, but so far you're meeting them. You walk on, boots still damp and squelching softly with each step, until the land begins to settle into a gentler rhythm. The river fades behind you, replaced by the long, rolling quiet of the open plains. Ahead, the sky stretches wide and empty, but something in the distance catches your attention. A faint trail, barely visible, cutting through the grass in a wavering line. It isn't an animal path. The edges too sharp, the ground too consistently worn. This is a human trail. And on the frontier, finding the mark of other people is both a blessing and a warning. The land around you changes subtly as you follow the faint trail. Grass grows thinner, crushed under repeated footsteps. A few broken twigs lie scattered here and there, snapped purposely rather than by wind. You crouch and examine one. The break is clean, fresh, the sap still moist inside. Someone passed through recently. Maybe one person, maybe more. You keep walking, slower now, forcing yourself to breathe evenly. Trading on the frontier isn't like buying bread in a cosy town. Deals are held together by trust, necessity, and a very thin thread of luck. You never know if the person you're approaching sees you as a partner or as an opportunity. A mainstream historical fact drifts in. Frontier trade wasn't just goods for goods. It was survival for survival. People exchanged information, landmarks, warnings, and sometimes food, often accepting poor bargains simply because refusing meant going hungry. More than one traveller wrote that a bad trade could set you back days, or get you killed if the wrong person felt cheated. Eventually, the trail leads you to a small clearing surrounded by low shrubs. In the centre stands a solitary figure bent over a pack, sorting through items with steady, deliberate movements. You don't step closer yet. You watch. On the frontier, you don't walk up to someone's back. That's how misunderstandings begin. You clear your throat softly, just enough sound to announce your presence without startling. The figure straightens immediately. A man, weathered and lean, face shadowed beneath a wide-brimmed hat. His hand hovers near the side of his belt, not touching a weapon, just acknowledging the possibility. You do the same. That's the unspoken ritual out here. No threats, but no assumptions. He scans you quickly, your soaked coat, your tired posture, the mud on your boots. He's deciding whether you're worth his time. Then his shoulders relax a hair's width, just enough to show he's open to conversation. "You crossing the river back there?" he asks, voice low but even. You nod and he gives a faint grunt of approval. "Fast water today." You approach at an angle, not directly, giving him room to see your hands. Another unwritten rule. The man gestures toward his pack. Got traps, needles, some dried beans, looking to trade. You kneel across from him, eyes scanning the pack without staring too long at any one item. Yes, the frontier staring suggests desire. Desire suggests desperation. Desperation invites exploitation. You pull your own pack forward, loosening the flap. A few strips of jerky, a flint shard, a roll of thin cord, half a pouch of dried roots. Not much, but enough for small negotiations. Before either of you speaks, both of you are already calculating. What does he need? What do you need? What might he lie about? What might he hide? Then you notice something subtle. His boots. The soles are worn unevenly. One side scraped almost smooth. That usually means long walking. Long walking means fatigue. Fatigue means his bargaining stance isn't quite as strong as he wants you to think. A quirky frontier tidbit slips into your mind. Some traders used boot wear as a secret bargaining clue, claiming the easiest deals were struck with tired travellers who pretended to be confident. Whether that's true or just gambler's superstition, you feel the value of the observation now. You pick up the cord from your pack and place it between you. "Needle," you say simply. He eyes the cord, then nods slowly. "Good cord. Sturdy. I'll give you 2. You shake your head. 1. He huffs a little laugh. "Fair." The exchange is quick, efficient. Both of you avoiding too many words, knowing talk can lead to misunderstandings. The needle is small but essential. Cordage phrase, clothes tear, packs split. A needle keeps everything stitched together. Your gear, your chances, your survival. The man packs his things again, tying them with practiced ease. "Good luck out there," he says, rising with a grunt. You offer a small nod as he leaves, watching him fade into the horizon like a figure swallowed by the grass. Trading on the frontier isn't just giving and taking, it's reading people, reading silence, reading the land around them, and today you read well enough to walk away whole. You watch the trader shrink into a dark speck against the pale horizon until he finally disappears. Only then do you let your shoulders ease down, the tension melting from your arms like water rolling off stone. Trading may look simple from the outside, a few words, a few objects, a nod and a departure. But on the frontier it's a performance, a negotiation, and sometimes a quiet duel of intentions. You stand there for another moment, feeling the silence fill back in around you. Then you crouch to inspect your new needle. It's small, lightweight, but sturdy. Exactly what you need. You tuck it carefully into your pack where it won't bend or break. Tools like this aren't just conveniences. Out here, they're lifelines. A torn coat can steal heat from your body. A split pack can lose food. A ripped boot can ruin a whole journey. One small needle can save all 3. You sling your pack over your shoulder again and take a slow breath, letting the air stretch your lungs. The land ahead feels different now, not because it changed, but because you did. Trading affects the rhythm of travel. It reminds you that people drift through this space just like animals, unpredictable, self-interested, and sometimes dangerous. You move forward with renewed caution. As you walk, your mind replays the encounter in quiet fragments. His boots, his tools, his tone. You're not second-guessing, just learning. Every person you meet on the frontier becomes part of your education. Frontier journals often mention this strange truth. People out here carried no titles, ranks, or reputations. Everyone was judged by behaviour alone. One bad decision could stick to a person longer than their name. You follow the faint path left behind by other travellers, just enough to keep direction but not enough to lose control. You avoid stepping directly into the freshest prints, choosing instead to walk beside them where the grass is unbroken. Footprints can tell too much about you. Your weight, your fatigue, your speed, even your mood. Frontier wisdom says you never leave a full story behind for strangers to read. Eventually the trail forks, one branch leading toward a distant line of trees, the other curving south into open plains. You study both. The forest offers shade and shelter, but it also hides people and predators equally well. The plains expose you, but from high ground you can spot trouble long before it reaches you. Today, exposure feels safer. You angle south. The plains roll gently beneath you, each rise revealing another stretch of wavering grass. The wind brushes your ears, carrying scents you can't quite decipher. Your boots, still damp from the river, leave partial impressions in the earth, but you adjust your gait to make them lighter. You pass a patch of disturbed soil, fresh, shuffled, like someone knelt there recently. You crouch and examine it. 2 shallow depressions, evenly spaced. Elbow marks. Someone stopped here to rest, maybe earlier this morning. You study the direction of the footprints leading away, southwest. He wasn't the trader. Different stride, different angle. The frontier is wide, but sometimes you feel every stranger in it. A quirky frontier tidbit slips into your mind. Some travellers believed that if you found fresh footprints and followed them, it brought luck. Walking in the wake of another soul, as one poet put it. Others insisted the opposite. Following strangers was courting trouble. It amused you how the same sign could birth opposite superstitions. You choose neither belief. You turn away from the footprints and continue your own path. A little farther on, you find the remains of another small camp, barely a mark now. A shallow pit, faint ash smeared into the soil, a scatter of stones arranged loosely in a crescent. You feel a small shiver. That crescent shape wasn't an accident. Some trading groups use patterns like that to signal the mood of their meeting places. A simple circle meant safety. A broken circle meant tension. A crescent. Unfinished business. You step, carefully around the site, not touching anything. You've learned better. Even abandoned places hold echoes of intentions, and you have no desire to inherit someone else's conflicts. The day warms. The wind softens. Your footsteps fall in a slow, steady rhythm as the land flattens ahead. No more traders for now. No more footprints. Just the long spine of the plains stretching toward the afternoon sun. Trading out here isn't just about what changes hands. It's about what you learn, what you avoid, and what you survive. And today, you survive the quiet negotiation that decides who walks away whole. You walk until the land changes shape again, quietly, subtly, the way the frontier always does. One moment the plains are open and gently rolling, the next they tighten into a narrower stretch framed by scattered cottonwoods and long shadows. The air feels different here, still, watchful. This is the part of the frontier every traveller remembers, the place where you're no longer alone, even if you can't yet see another soul. You slow your pace without meaning to. Your senses sharpen. Every instinct grows a little louder inside your chest. You've crossed rivers, navigated storms, hunted on an empty stomach, traded with strangers. But nothing tests you like the moment you must decide whether another human being is a friend, a threat, or something far more complicated. The grass around you is flattened in odd patches, not animal patterns, not wind patterns. Human, recently. Footprints overlap each other, Not in straight lines, but in slightly scattered directions, like a group splitting up briefly before converging again. Small group? Large? You study the spacing. Too wide for a child, too light for heavily armed men. But that means very little. The frontier doesn't tell you everything, just enough to keep you cautious. You crouch near the footprints and brush your fingers along the edges. They're still sharp on the topsoil, not yet blurred by wind or drifting grass. Hours old at most. A prickling sensation walks up the back of your neck. You're following trails made by people who could be watching you right now. A mainstream historical detail floats into your thoughts. Many frontiersmen wrote that the most dangerous encounters weren't ambushes or conflicts. They were misunderstandings. Two travellers meeting on open land with too little trust and too much fear. A wrong gesture, a wrong assumption, a hand moving too quickly toward a belt or bag, and suddenly a quiet morning turned into a disaster. You straighten slowly and continue forward, but with every step you choose your posture carefully, shoulders relaxed, hands visible, eyes scanning without looking aggressive. You move like someone who belongs here, not meek, not dominant, simply aware. The trail narrows near a cluster of brush where the land dips slightly. You pause, listening to the silence. There's no bird song, not unusual after a storm, but quiet in a way that feels unnatural. You kneel and touch the brush. One stem is bent sharply, broken at the midpoint. Someone stepped here. Someone heavy enough to leave a clear sign. Maybe they were hiding. Maybe they were scouting. Maybe they were just tired. You take in a slow breath. Your heartbeat steadies, even though your thoughts sharpen like flint. This is where most travellers make mistakes. They assume the person ahead is either friendly or dangerous, nothing in between. But the frontier is built in the in-between. People who seem harmless may be desperate. People who seem hostile may simply be afraid. The brush rustles slightly, barely enough to notice. You freeze, shifting your weight onto the balls of your feet, ready to move but not ready to make the first move. The sound comes again, soft, patient. Someone is nearby, watching the path, waiting to see whether you're worth revealing themselves to. A quirky frontier tidbit surfaces, one that suddenly feels painfully relevant. Some travellers believed you could tell a stranger's intentions by the way they breathed when hiding. Fast and shallow meant fear. Slow and controlled meant danger. It wasn't scientific, not even close, but it made enough sense that the idea spread. You listen now, straining your ears. Nothing. That's worse. Someone who can hide their breath is someone who's used to situations like this. You shift your gaze toward the trees, scanning for shapes that don't quite belong. Shoulders too square, shadows too thick, grass bending in unnatural rhythms. Your eyes catch a flicker of movement, something shifting behind a cottonwood trunk just slightly, like a shadow adjusting itself to get a better view. You don't reach for your weapon, you don't call out. Instead, you move to the side of the trail, lowering your profile and keeping your hands visible. This posture says everything. I'm aware of you, I'm cautious, but I'm not here to start trouble. The shadow freezes. You stand still, not speaking, not challenging. A long moment stretches between you and the unseen watcher. Thin, taut, silent. This is the frontier's most delicate game, deciding whether to trust a stranger without ever truly knowing who they are. Your next move will decide the tone of whatever happens next, and the land around you grows so quiet, it feels like the moment is holding its breath along with you. You stand perfectly still, hands visible at your sides, body angled just enough to show you're cautious but not afraid. The land remains breathless. The cottonwood leaves don't even tremble. For a moment it feels like time has tightened around you, pulling everything into a single, fragile thread. You wait. Waiting is its own kind of communication on the frontier. Moving too soon can read as aggression. Speaking too soon can read as challenge. Stillness, though, that says you're thinking, not threatening. Finally, the shadow shifts again. This time the movement is deliberate, and a figure steps halfway out from behind the cottonwood. Not fully into the open, not fully concealed. A compromise, a test. The person is wearing a long coat. Dark, heavy, still damp from the storm. Their posture is angled, not hostile but guarded. You recognize that stance immediately because you've used it yourself. Someone who wants to be seen but not approached. You nod once, small, respectful, enough to say you acknowledge them. The figure nods back. A tiny piece of tension releases from your chest. You take a slow step to the side, not toward them, but along your own path, showing that you're continuing your journey and not seeking contact. This is another one of those unspoken frontier rules. If two travellers don't want trouble, they let their paths intersect at angles, not collisions. Storm hit hard last night, the stranger says finally. Their voice is low, rough around the edges, but not aggressive. You answer with a simple, "It did." They study you a moment longer, weighing your tone more than your words. Frontier conversations are often built from what isn't said. You keep your posture open, your expression even. No sudden movements, no lingering stares. "What brings you through here?" they ask. You consider your answer carefully. Too much information invites manipulation. Too little invites suspicion. So you give the frontier's safest truth, passing through, keeping to myself. The stranger's shoulders loosen slightly. Not much, but enough to spot if you're looking. "Same," they say. "Saw tracks earlier. Wasn't sure if they meant trouble." You glance at the footprints in the dirt around you. "Could be anyone." "Could be," they echo. A mainstream historical detail flickers through your mind. Some frontiersmen believed that the quickest way to calm a tense encounter was to share one simple observation, something neutral, something true. It grounded both sides in the same reality. You test that now. "River's running high," you say. The stranger huffs a soft breath. Something almost like agreement. "Nearly took me this morning." Another thread of tension dissolves between you. The stranger steps one pace further into the open and raises both hands slightly. Not high, not dramatically, just enough to show they're unarmed at the moment. Their coat shifts, revealing a small pack slung over one shoulder and nothing else. No rifle, no obvious blade. If they're carrying something, it's hidden well. But if they meant harm, they would have stayed completely concealed. Then you notice something subtle. The stranger's boots are caked with mud only on the front edges. The backs are clean. That means they've been kneeling, watching the trail from one direction, not travelling far. They were scouting, assessing, making sure you weren't following someone else or leading danger behind you. A quirky frontier tidbit bubbles up, surprising you with its relevance. Some travellers believe that people who knelt to watch the trail were ghost walkers. Not actual ghosts, but scouts. So careful they left almost no trace behind. Folks alternately feared and respected them. You don't know if your stranger fits the legend, but the thought lingers. The stranger studies you with a long, measuring look. "You seem reasonable," they say finally. "Figure we don't need to bother each other." You nod. "Agreed." They step back toward the cottonwood, leaving the path clear for you. The gesture is subtle but intentional, an unspoken promise of non-interference. You begin, walking again, slow and steady, keeping your profile calm. You don't look back immediately. That's another frontier rule. Turning your head too quickly makes you prey or threat. Eventually, after several paces, you glance over your shoulder. The stranger is already gone, absorbed by the trees as quietly as they appeared. You exhale, long and deep, letting your heartbeat return to a normal rhythm. Encounters like this aren't victories or defeats. They're narrow bridges you walk carefully, hoping neither side decides to break the rope. Today, the bridge held. You continue along the faint path, the silence around you thick but no longer suffocating. You survive the judgment of another traveller without conflict. Out here, that's as meaningful as escaping a predator. The frontier tests your instincts again and again. But today, you trusted them, and they carried you through. You leave the cottonwoods behind with a steadier heart, but the encounter lingers in your mind like a faint aftertaste. Not fear, awareness. The kind that keeps your senses upright even when your body begins to tire. Another human could have meant disaster, or alliance, or nothing at all. But the moment sharpened something inside you, and that sharpened edge stays with you as you cross back into open ground. The plains ahead are wide and golden under the rising sun, the light stretching long shadows that sway with the grass. At first glance, the land looks peaceful, almost gentle. But you've learned not to believe in peaceful moments, not out here, not when the frontier holds another danger so subtle that most newcomers never even notice it until too late. Sometimes you aren't the one doing the watching. Sometimes you're the one being followed. You keep walking, but now you shift your awareness behind you, not turning your head, not changing your pace, just listening with your whole body. The wind's steady, grass sways evenly, nothing strange. Yet something in the back of your mind whispers that the world isn't as empty as it looks. You stop for a moment and kneel, adjusting your bootlaces. It's a good excuse to check the ground. The soil behind you tells a quiet story. Your footprints curve slightly left, intentional, but there's something else. A faint impression half a stride behind your own, not crisp enough to be definitive, not large enough to be alarming, but present. You brush the dirt lightly with your fingertips. The print isn't yours, it's fresher than you'd like. A mainstream historical fact rises naturally. Frontier scouts often said the most skilled trackers were the ones you never noticed. They didn't leave broken twigs. They didn't disturb the grass tips. They walked in the shallow edges of other footprints, blending into the movement of the land. A good tracker could follow someone for hours without ever revealing themselves. You rise again, but don't look back. Looking back too soon tells whoever is following you that you're nervous, and nothing emboldens a shadow more than sensing fear. Instead, you shift your path subtly, angling slightly uphill toward a stony patch where footprints don't register as clearly. The ground becomes firmer, speckled with loose shale. Each step you take now leaves only half an impression. This is where the real test begins. You remember a trick from an old frontier tale, not a superstition, but a method disguised as one. Travellers used to scatter a pinch of dry grass behind themselves when they suspected someone was trailing them. If the grass shifted unnaturally after a breeze, they knew someone had stepped on it. You don't need to scatter anything. Nature has done that for you. Thin stalks lie across the path like scattered needles. You walk past them and wait. A gentle wind passes through. Grass stirs lightly. All normal. You take 10 more steps. Another. Breeze moves the stalks. Still normal. You take 20 more. Then you hear it. Softer than a breath. Quieter than a bird's wing. A faint shift behind you. A whisper of grass moving not with the wind but against it. You don't turn. You don't tense your shoulders. You let your heartbeat stay steady. Your mind begins sketching possibilities. A cautious traveller. A curious scout. A desperate person looking for opportunity. A predator on 2 legs instead of 4. Desperation often follows silently. You continue walking until the land rises into a rocky crest, dotted with tall grass and a few scattered boulders. Perfect. The kind of place where sound bounces strangely, the kind of place where you can listen without being seen. You slip behind a large boulder, moving smoothly, then sink low into the grass. Your hands steady against the cool stone. Your breath slows. You become part of the landscape again. You wait. Seconds stretch. A minute. 2. Then, from behind the ridge, a figure emerges. Slow, careful, walking just a shade quieter than normal travellers do. Their steps match the rhythm of the wind. Their head tilts slightly downward, as if reading sign in the dirt. They stop where you knelt earlier. They study the ground the way you did. They were following you, not racing, not rushing, just silent, deliberate pursuit. You stay hidden, watching them watch the earth as if reading the faint story you left behind. Their clothing is neutral, earth tones worn, dusty, practical, not decorative. They carry a pack, a bedroll, and what looks like a knife handle peeking from under their coat. Their movements are smooth, controlled, experienced. This isn't a lost traveller. This is someone who knows exactly what they're doing. A quirky frontier tidbit drifts into your memory. Some scouts claimed you could tell a person's intentions by how they stopped following a trail. If they paused often, they were uncertain. If they paused rarely, they were determined. If they paused and looked up instead of down, they were planning something. And this person, this quiet shadow trailing your path, just paused and lifted their head. Not toward you, just toward the land ahead, thinking, assessing, choosing. You feel your heartbeat slow into something colder. This isn't chance. This isn't coincidence. You're being tracked. And now the question settles over you like a long, heavy shadow. Why? You stay absolutely still, letting the grass shield the outline of your shoulders and the boulder hide the rise of your breath. The figure stands in the open path not 10 paces from where you slipped out of sight. They scan the ground, not with the frantic energy of someone searching blindly, but with the patient rhythm of a practiced tracker. Their eyes follow the faint curve of your trail, their boots shifting just enough to examine disturbed blades of grass. Then their posture changes, subtle, intentional. They crouch exactly where you knelt earlier, fingertips, brushing the soil the same way yours did. When they straighten again, they tilt their head, listening, not for your footsteps, but for the absence of them. They realize your trail ends too cleanly, too suddenly. They know you're nearby. Your pulse stays steady, but your mind sharpens. Running isn't an option. If they wanted to ambush you, they could have. If they wanted to steal from you, they would have pressed closer. So why follow at a distance? Why watch instead of act? You breathe slow through your nose, assessing. The figure stands with their weight balanced evenly, shoulders relaxed, one hand loosely near their belt. Not gripping the knife handle, not threatening, just ready. Prepared people on the frontier always hover between peace and danger, suspended in that tight middle space. You've lived in that space since morning, but seeing another person inhabit it so naturally sends a faint shiver through your ribs. They step forward again, but instead of following your vanished trail deeper into the rocks, they begin scanning the environment. Tree lines, ridge angles, the shadows cast by the boulders. Tracking isn't just looking for footprints. It's reading where a person would hide based on who they are. This stranger, whoever they are, isn't just a tracker, they're smart. You shift your weight slowly, silently, making your body even lower. The boulder beside you radiates the storm's leftover chill. You steady your palms against it, grounding yourself. The figure continues studying the rocks, pausing at one angle where the grass bends slightly differently. Not from you, something older, maybe an animal's trail, They bend, brush it, dismiss it. You stay so still your muscles ache. A mainstream historical detail flickers faintly. Some scouts from overlapping frontier groups developed a method called shadow walking. Not literal invisibility, but the ability to follow someone long enough to learn about them before making contact, to see how they react to pressure, to understand who they are before stepping into their path. Some used it for safety, others for robbery, a few for decisions that fell somewhere in between. The stranger's movements carry that same careful intention. Finally, they stand fully upright again and speak, not loudly, not directly toward your hiding place, but into the open air as if offering a choice. "Whoever you are," they say quietly, "I'm not looking for a fight." Their voice is low even, cautious, but they don't turn away. You don't respond? Not yet. Silence is still your safest weapon. The stranger exhales softly, not frustrated, just thoughtful. They glance toward the plains where your earlier footprints continue like faint punctuation marks across the earth. Then they do something unexpected. They reach into their coat pocket, pull out a small cloth pouch and place it on a flat stone nearby. Not toward your hiding place, not toward the trail, somewhere neutral. Gesture, a choice, an invitation. Then they straighten and step back, not toward you, not toward your trail, but away from both. They take 3 slow steps, pause, then turn their head slightly, listening for movement you don't make. For a long moment, neither of you moves. The wind rolls across the plains again, stirring the tall grass into waves. Finally, the stranger turns fully and walks away. Not quickly, not nervously, just steady, quiet, intentional. You wait a full minute after their shape fades into the shimmering horizon before you shift your legs and straighten slightly. Your muscles throb from holding the same crouch for so long. You ease forward, keeping low, until you reach the stone where the pouch sits. It's small, worn, tied with a thin strip of leather. You lift it cautiously, feeling the weight inside, light, soft, sliding gently against itself. Dried herbs, maybe. Medicinal, scent masking, poison. You loosen the tie just enough to peek inside. Dried sage and crushed willow bark. Not a threat, a remedy. Something to clean wounds or soothe fever. A quirky frontier tidbit flits across your mind. Some scouts left small herbal bundles to signal peaceful intent. An old custom borrowed, blended, repurposed across groups over the decades. It meant, I saw you. I'm not your enemy. May the land treat you gently. You close the pouch and tie it tight again. Whoever the stranger was, they chose not to reveal their purpose. Not yet. They simply let you know they'd been watching, and that they were choosing peace, for now. You tuck the pouch into your pack, rising slowly, scanning the horizon in the direction the stranger disappeared. The plains stretch empty, wide and bright beneath the afternoon sun. You're alone again, but not in the same way as before. The frontier has its eyes on you, and now you know at least one of those eyes is human. You keep walking with the little herbal pouch tucked safely in your pack, its weight almost nothing, but its meaning far heavier. A stranger watched you, tracked you, studied you, and chose not to harm you. Out here, that's more intimate than a handshake, more revealing than a conversation. It tells you that danger can slip right beside you without you ever noticing, and that safety is sometimes a thin thread held together by someone else's restraint. The land ahead begins to stretch wider again, flattening into a long sweep of prairie shimmering under the afternoon sun. Heat rises in waves from the ground, distorting the horizon so that distant rocks waver like mirages. You adjust your coat, unfastening the top button to cool your neck. Storm winds, river crossings, silent trackers. Your body feels each one now, heavy and tired. But the day isn't finished with you yet, not even close, because the next danger is one that sneaks up quietly, invisibly, through cracks you barely notice. Thirst. You feel it first as a dryness at the back of your throat, not sharp, just persistent. You swallow, but the feeling doesn't fade. You lick your lips. The wind has dried them raw. You reach for your water pouch, tilt it, and hear what you feared. A thin trickle sloshing at the bottom. Barely a mouthful left. You sip just enough to wet your tongue, then stop. You know better than to drain it in frustration. Thirst on the frontier isn't a discomfort, it's a calculation. Every swallow is a wager about how far the next water source might be. A mainstream historical truth settles into your thoughts. Most frontier deaths weren't caused by dramatic ambushes or predators. They were caused by dehydration, quiet, slow, relentless. Travelers underestimated distance, overestimated their supplies or misjudged maps. Sometimes rivers dried unexpectedly. Sometimes springs disappeared after storms. Water was the frontier's most common lie. You tighten the pouch and sling it back onto your belt, heavier in worry than in weight. The land begins to tilt downward. A shallow valley stretches ahead, dotted with cottonwoods and low shrubs, both signs of possible water. But signs can deceive. Cottonwoods grow near moisture, not always above it, and shrubs thrive on tiny hidden pockets that humans can't reach. Still, the sight gives you enough hope to push forward. You scan the ground as you walk, cracked earth, patches of softer mud, tiny depressions where rain might have gathered. Nothing holds water now. The storm passed too quickly, leaving the ground thirsty too. The sun leans harder on your shoulders. Your steps grow slower, heavier. You pull in air that tastes warm, dry, and metallic. Your tongue feels thick. Your vision brightens unnaturally at the edges, shimmering halos forming around sunlight glancing off grass blades. You stop beneath the shade of a small cluster of trees, letting your heartbeat settle. Shade gives relief, but shade does not give water. You kneel, brushing aside leaves, hoping for a damp patch. Nothing. A quirky frontier tidbit resurfaces, one you once dismissed as nonsense. Some travellers claimed that if you listened closely, you could hear underground water by pressing your ear to certain stones. As absurd as it sounds, a few swore it worked and recorded the method in old journals. You try it now, not expecting magic, just needing something to do besides panic. You press your ear to a flat stone. You hear nothing but your own pulse thumping inside your skull. You lift your head, blinking away spots. The wind shifts, carrying a faint scent, dry mud, scorched soil, and something else, something faintly sweet. Water sometimes carries that sweetness, but so do certain plants. You walk toward it anyway, driven more by instinct than logic. The valley floor levels out into a patch of pale earth that looks as though it once held water. A small depression, cracked and split into spiderweb patterns. You kneel and touch the centre. Dry, too dry. You press deeper, scraping with your nails until the dirt lodges beneath them. Still dry. You sit back, chest tightening. But then you notice something subtle. Tiny tracks around the edge. Not human, not deer. Smaller. Rodent tracks. Fresh. Rodents rarely stray far from water. You rise quickly, following their faint trail to a cluster of stones piled naturally at the base of a slope. You kneel, press your hand between them, and feel coolness. Not wet. Cool. But that's enough to sharpen your senses. You wedge your fingers deeper. The soil softens. A flicker of moisture touches your knuckle. Your breath catches. You dig faster now, scooping dirt away, carving a shallow bowl in the earth. The hole darkens. damp earth gathers. A moment later, a tiny bead of water forms at the bottom. It's not much. It's barely anything. But it's real. You keep digging, deepening the little basin until it's wide enough for water to begin seeping in, drop by slow drop. Frontier journals called this method coyote wells, watching where small animals paused and digging just a little deeper. It kept countless travellers alive. You wait as the water collects, patient, still. After several long minutes, you lean down and drink, slowly, reverently, letting the coolness erase the dryness in your throat. The danger hasn't passed, but you've bought yourself time. The frontier never offers comfort, but if you know how to listen, it offers just enough hope to keep you going. You stay crouched over the little earthen well, watching each drop form, slide and pool. Slow work, patient work. But patience is something the frontier forces into your bones whether you want it or not. You cup your hands and drink again, just a sip, letting the coolness settle into you like a quiet apology from the land. It's not enough to quench thirst, not even close, but it smooths the sharp edge scratching at your throat. You sit back on your heels, wiping the grit and mud from your fingers. Your body relaxes just slightly, but your mind doesn't. Thirst loosens its grip, and in its place comes something equally important: awareness. Water, real, hidden, precious, doesn't just draw you. It draws other travellers, predators, and everything in between. Wherever water exists, something else usually circles it. You rise slowly and scan the valley. The wind carries the dry scent of grass and the faint sweetness of damp soil from your coyote well. The sun hangs lower now, stretching shadows long across the land. The light turns warmer, deeper, making every colour look like it's been dipped in gold. It would almost be beautiful if you weren't so aware of how quickly beauty turns to danger out here. You refill your small water pouch drop by drop until it holds enough to matter. Then you cover the pond you've made, not completely, just enough to hide its shine. Leaving exposed water on the frontier is like leaving tracks written in fire. You stand, brushing soil from your knees, and walk a short distance away before you allow yourself to breathe normally. Your body feels steadier, your thoughts clearer. But the quiet doesn't last long. As you climb the slope toward higher ground, you notice something strange. Rodent tracks, the same ones that led you to water, don't continue in the usual meandering pattern. Instead, they scatter sharply to one side, clustered and disturbed. Little prints overlapping each other in frantic loops. Something spooked them. You crouch again, studying the ground. The disturbance is fresh, the edges of the print still crisp. You glance at the fragile grasses nearby, some bent unnaturally, some flattened. A small ripple of tension moves across your shoulders. Water always brings life, but it also brings hunters. A low rustle sounds behind you, not loud enough to signal a large animal, but steady enough to demand attention. You pivot silently, letting your body move before your mind catches up. The rustle grows clearer, accompanied by a slow sniffing sound. Not frantic, not aggressive, curious. A coyote emerges between the shrubs, nose low to the ground. Its fur is mottled from the storm, slightly matted, glinting in the angled light. It hasn't seen you yet. It's tracking the same scent trail you followed. The rodents. And now, inevitably, the faint moisture of the well you uncovered. You stay perfectly still. Coyotes aren't as dangerous as wolves, but hunger makes any animal bold. The coyote sniffs toward the half-covered hole you dug, circles it once, then backs away, confused by the dirt you scattered. After a moment it lifts its ears high, scanning the area. You lower your breathing, letting your body soften into the landscape. Then the coyote's head turns toward you. Its eyes lock with yours. The moment hangs suspended, stretched thin as a snare wire. A mainstream historical detail hums through your thoughts. Coyotes rarely attack lone travelers, unless starving or cornered. But when water is scarce, they can grow territorial. Some journals describe coyotes shadowing humans for miles, waiting for scraps, waiting for mistakes. You don't move. You let your posture stay calm, non-threatening. You don't make yourself small, you make yourself steady. The coyote takes a cautious step forward, then another. Its shoulders shift, narrowing its stance. It's not aggression, it's assessment. A quirky frontier tidbit surfaces, unexpected but fitting. Some old hunters believed that if you spoke softly to a coyote, it might lose interest, mistaking your voice for wind. Whether or not that's true doesn't matter. What matters is that stillness is no longer enough. So you breathe out slow, controlled, letting your voice slip into the warm air like a thin thread. Easy, you murmur. The coyote's ears flick. Its head tilts, just slightly. You keep your tone gentle. Nothing here for you. Another step. You remain rooted, steady as the stones beneath your boots. The coyote sniffs once more, its nose twitching and fast little pulses. Then, as if deciding you're neither food nor threat, it turns, tail loose, shoulders relaxing. It trots across the slope and out of sight, vanishing into the tall grass like mist fading into morning. Only after it disappears do you let your breath leave your lungs fully. The encounter leaves behind an important truth. On the frontier, even small creatures can push you to the edge. Hunger, thirst, fear, they shape the world into sharp angles where none existed before. You adjust your pack, feeling the small herbal pouch press lightly against your side. Then you begin climbing again, toward a ridge where the land promises a better vantage point. Each step feels steadier, stronger, the water pulsing quietly through your veins. The sun dips lower, bathing the plains in amber. Evening approaches, but for now you've beaten thirst, stared down hunger, and walked away from a predator's gaze without losing your calm. The frontier tried to hollow you out. Instead, it hardened you. You climb the ridge slowly, your legs heavy from the long day, but your mind alert in that sharpened way only the frontier can teach. Each rise in the land promises a wider view, and wider views mean better chances of spotting danger before it looms. When you finally reach the top, you pause, letting the breeze cool the sweat on your temples. Below you stretches a vast expanse of open plains, rolling softly under the orange glow of the setting sun. Beautiful, yes, but beauty here is a disguise. The frontier hides its sharpest lessons inside its most peaceful hours. You scan the horizon, noticing shadows thickening along the distant hills. Evening is coming fast. The sun sinks low, casting long beams across the grass like golden spears. This time of day has a quietness to it, an expectant hush. The animals settle. The wind tucks itself low. Even your own breath feels louder. You walk along the ridge, choosing each step carefully. Exhaustion tugs at your muscles, but you can't afford to drift into careless rhythm. Evening is when the frontier tests you with its most understated danger, losing your way. Navigation isn't just a skill out here, it's survival. Trails vanish, landmarks shift, and the land repeats itself in patterns that trick your tired eyes. One ridge looks like another. One stretch of grass mirrors the next. If you drift off course at dusk, you might wander all night without realizing it. A mainstream historical truth slips into your memory. Many travelers on the frontier died not from attack or weather, but from simple disorientation. Walking in circles for hours, sometimes miles, until exhaustion or panic sealed their fate. They weren't reckless, they were tired, and tired minds make small mistakes that become enormous consequences. You slow your steps and pick a point on the horizon, a tall, solitary rock formation jutting up like a crooked tooth. That will be your guide. You check its position relative to the sun's fading arc, imprinting the alignment in your mind. As the light dims, you'll need to remember exactly where it sits in the landscape. You descend the ridge carefully, keeping the rock formation just in sight. The grass brushes your legs, whispering in soft waves. The shadows deepen around you, turning the land into a patchwork of dark shapes that shift when you're not looking directly at them. The ground slopes into a valley, cooler now that the sun has dipped behind the hills. The air thickens, carrying a faint smell of damp earth and distant sage. You step lightly, testing the soil with your boots. It's soft, but too soft in some places, as if water recently passed through. Flash floods leave deceptive ground behind. You adjust your route to avoid the darker patches. Then you spot something unusual, a faint line across the valley floor almost invisible in the dimming light. Not a trail, not an animal run. A break in the grass, too straight to be natural. You crouch and inspect it. The stems are bent in one direction, as though something heavy was dragged across them. Your pulse tightens. Drag marks. You follow them with your eyes, tracing the line as it fades into shadow. It's impossible to tell what made them. A fallen branch pulled by the wind, an animal dragging a limb, or something else entirely. Curiosity sparks in your chest, but you stop yourself. Curiosity is just another way of forgetting the direction you're supposed to be facing. You rise and glance toward your landmark. The crooked rock formation still visible through the dusk. It anchors you, silently reminding you of your path. You keep moving. The valley narrows into a gentle funnel lined with taller grass. The wind changes direction, blowing cool air across your face. That's when you notice something vital. The horizon is losing its definition. Night is coming faster than you expected, swallowing the distant ridge lines. If you don't secure your direction now, you risk drifting sideways without realizing it. A quirky frontier tidbit surfaces, one you once heard from an old journal. Some travellers kept tiny piles of stones in their pockets, dropping one every 100 steps to trace their path. Primitive breadcrumbs. Some swore it saved their lives. Others said coyotes scattered the stones and ruined the system. You don't have stones in your pockets, but you have something equally helpful, your memory, sharpened now by necessity. You stop again and turn your body precisely toward the rock formation. You study its shape, the slanted left edge, the shadow pooling at the base, the slim crack down its centre. You store every detail, locking it into your thoughts. The more familiar the landmark, the harder it becomes to lose. As you walk on, the shadows thicken until the land becomes a muted blend of charcoal and amber. Your footsteps quiet. Your breath warms the air in small, visible puffs. You feel the landscape shifting into nighttime mode, a place with its own rules. Navigation isn't just direction out here, it's identity. It's the line between being someone who knows where they're going and someone the land can swallow without a sound. You tighten your pack straps, keep your eyes forward, and follow the last sliver of light toward your chosen path. Evening has come. Now you must find your place inside it. Night slides over the plains with the slow, deliberate hush of a blanket being drawn across the sky. The last streaks of gold fade into violet, then into a deep, velvety blue. Your landmark, the crooked rock formation, shrinks into silhouette, darker than the land around it, but no longer as distinct. You tighten your jaw. This is the hour when the frontier becomes a different place entirely. Distances warp, shadows multiply, sounds sharpen until even your heartbeat seems too loud. You keep moving at a steady pace, refusing to let night pull you off course. The air cools quickly, brushing your ears with a crispness that almost stings. Your breath rises in faint ghostly streams. The grass whispers with each step, the blades catching moonlight in thin silver glints. You keep your eyes fixed on the dark outline of the rock formation, now lit only by the faintest sheen of rising moon. You whisper to yourself, not words, just a soft hum, anything to steady the mind. Navigation at night isn't about the land, it's about your thoughts. Panic pulls you sideways, overconfidence pushes you into danger. You settle into that narrow middle space where your breathing stays calm and your body stays aware. A mainstream historical fact drifts naturally into your awareness. Frontier travelers often use the stars to navigate, but not in the romantic way people imagine. No grand constellations, no poetic gestures. They followed small patterns, the barely noticeable clusters that stayed consistent even as the world around them turned unfamiliar. Tonight, the stars are bright and sharp. A cluster to your right marks north. You confirm your direction against your landmark. Good. For now, both agree. You descend a gentle slope into another shallow valley. The air here feels heavier, filled with the scent of damp grass. The temperature drops. The darkness feels thicker. You pause at the valley floor, listening. The silence is deep, not empty, but layered. Too layered. The sort of silence that absorbs noise rather than allowing it to escape. You kneel and touch the earth. Cold, firmer than before. This valley hasn't flooded recently, that's a relief. Flooded valleys are treacherous at night. Slick footing, sudden dips, unexpected channels. You rise again, careful, eyes adjusting to the softer light. Then something catches your attention. A faint shimmer in the grass, like moonlight reflecting off something smooth. Not a predator's eyes. You've seen enough to know that glint. This is lower, static, unmoving. You approach slowly, one step at a time, soft as breath. It's a piece of metal. You crouch beside it, brushing grass aside. A small tin lid dented on one edge. You lift it with 2 fingers, cold, not rusted, recently dropped. Your pulse ticks upward. Someone passed through this valley before you, and not long ago. You straighten and scan the surrounding land. The grass tells the story. A faint line of bent blades, barely noticeable, curving around a small rise. Not footprints, too soft, but movement. Someone light on their feet. Someone careful. Maybe the same shadow who followed you earlier. Maybe another traveller entirely. The frontier has enough ghosts of its own without adding human ones to the mix. A quirky frontier tidbit flickers into memory. Some scouts use small reflective objects, polished metal, bits of tin, to mark safe paths for those travelling behind them. But they always place them deliberately. This piece isn't deliberate, it's accidental, unplanned. And unplanned things mean someone nearby wasn't paying full attention. You crouch lower, letting the grass conceal you. The wind presses against your back, steady and unwavering. Good. You can hear clearly now. You hold your breath. There. A sound. Faint. Soft. Rhythmic. Footsteps. Not heavy. Not rushed. Pacing. Someone is moving through the valley, not far from where you stand, tracing a path that parallels yours. The steps pause. Resume. Pause again. That pattern only means one thing. They're checking their surroundings. You sink into the shadows, letting your silhouette blend into the slope of the land. You stay still long enough for your muscles to stiffen, for your heartbeat to slow into the rhythm you need. Staying hidden at night takes more than silence. It takes patience stronger than fear. The footsteps move again. this time angling away, following the curve of the valley. They grow softer, softer, fainter, then stop completely. You wait. Not 1 minute, not 2. You wait 5, 10. Long enough for the night to settle again, for the silence to regain its natural shape. Only then do you rise slowly, keeping your body low and your sense of direction razor sharp. You retrieve your landmark, the crooked rock now barely a smudge against the star line. You check the stars again. North, slightly right. You adjust your path just a hair and continue walking. You pass through the valley without another sound, without another glint, without another trace of whoever moved ahead of you. The land begins to rise toward the next ridge. You climb steadily, step by deliberate step, until you reach the crest. The moon climbs higher, the air grows colder, but you're still moving in the right direction. Navigation on the frontier isn't just about finding your way. It's about refusing to be led astray by fear, by shadows, or by the echoes of the other footsteps. Tonight, you held your course, and the frontier lets you go on. The night deepens as you descend from the ridge, each breath blooming in the cold air like a tiny cloud that fades almost immediately. Your legs ache, your shoulders burn, and the exhaustion that has been stalking you all day finally presses a little harder. The frontier does that, waits until your guard lowers just enough, then introduces a new test. And tonight, that test isn't weather, or water, or predators. It's sleep, or rather, the dangerous lack of it. You keep walking, because part of you believes that stopping means weakness. But another part, the wiser part, knows that pushing beyond your limits out here is how people vanish quietly into the dark. Sleep deprivation on the frontier is more than tired eyes. It's a distortion, a trickster, a silent thief that steals judgment and replaces it with illusions. You feel the first signs now, a slight sway in your steps, a heaviness in your eyelids, a fuzziness around the edges of your thoughts as if your mind is wrapped in cotton. You blink hard, shake your head, try to force alertness back into your bones. But your body doesn't listen. It trudges forward with stubbornness instead of clarity. You stop near a cluster of junipers, letting the night wind cool your face. Somewhere in the distance a coyote yips, sharp and lonely. You rub your eyes and breathe slowly. A faint dizziness rolls through your skull. Not enough to overwhelm you, but enough to warn you. You remember a mainstream historical truth. Frontier journals often recorded nights when travellers wandered off course while half asleep, circling the same patch of land for hours because fatigue convinced them they were walking straight. Some even claim they dreamed with their eyes open, unable to tell vision from reality. Entire caravans lost miles to exhaustion they didn't acknowledge. You can feel yourself inching toward that threshold. You need rest, not comfort, just rest. But sleeping out here isn't simple. Resting in the wrong place is an invitation to predators or strangers. Resting at the wrong time can leave you blind to danger. You scan the land carefully, letting instinct take over. The area around you slopes gently into a shallow basin, with scattered brush and a few leaning stones. Too open, too exposed. You walk a little farther until you find something better, a narrow dip between two low, mossy rocks. It isn't quite a cave, but it breaks the wind and hides your silhouette. You lower yourself to your knees, testing the ground. Dry, firm, not likely to collapse or pool water. You unroll your thin bedroll, fabric worn soft by use, and tuck yourself into the shadows. But you don't lie down yet. First, you listen. You close your eyes and focus, letting your ears sweep the environment. The rustle of dry grass, the whisper of distant insects, the occasional shifting of branches. Quiet, too quiet. Then again, the quiet of night is different from the quiet of danger. You place your pack close enough to grab instantly. You keep your boots on. You keep your knife within arm's reach. You settle into a half-sitting, half-reclining posture, uncomfortable but functional. Frontier sleepers rarely stretch fully on the ground. They slept like coiled springs, ready. Fatigue washes over you faster now, pulling your thoughts into thick, syrupy shapes. Your vision blurs and shadows begin shifting in ways they shouldn't. Grass bending upward, distant rocks twitching, stars shimmering too bright. You blink heavily. This is the dangerous part, the moment when your mind stops reporting accurately. Then, just as your head starts to drift downward, you hear something, soft, distant, rhythmic. Hoofbeats, slow, uneven, like an animal walking with caution, or perhaps something dragging its weight across the earth. You strain your eyes toward the sound, but the dark valley hides everything beyond a few yards. The hoofbeats grow clearer, then stop abruptly. Your breath catches. A quirky frontier tidbit surfaces. Some travellers swore exhaustion made them hallucinate phantom horses at night, echoes of animals that weren't actually there. They believed the sound meant their minds were slipping. But others insisted the phantom horses were real, a warning of approaching danger. Frontier folk loved their myths, but stories like this always carried a thread of truth. Your exhausted mind hovers on the edge of interpretation. Is the sound real? Is it a trick of fatigue? Is someone out there? You force your breathing steady, letting instinct take control where clarity fails. Instinct is the only compass that doesn't falter in sleep-deprived fog. You shift slightly deeper into the shadow between the rocks, muscles poised even as weariness claws at your limbs. Your mind dips, rises, dips again. Your eyelids flutter. You don't want to sleep. You need to. The hoofbeats remain silent now. You feel your consciousness slide like a stone sinking into water. The frontier waits, watching, patient as always, and you finally, reluctantly, begin to drift. Sleep doesn't take you gently. It drags you under in uneven waves, half dreams, half thoughts, your mind slipping in and out of awareness as if wading through dark water. You drift for moments at a time, then jolt awake with that quick, sharp gasp that comes when your body remembers it isn't safe. You're caught somewhere between rest and vigilance, unable to fully surrender to either. The night deepens, the temperature drops, your breath grows colder, the air crisper, sharper. You wrap your arms around your chest, not for warmth, but for grounding. The rocks at your back hold the day's leftover heat, faint, fading, but enough to keep the worst of the cold from sinking into your bones. You drift again, then wake, then drift. Each time you wake, the darkness looks different, as if someone has subtly rearranged it while you slept. Deeper shadows, sharper contrasts, new contours in the brush. Sleep deprivation can do that, turn ordinary shapes into strange silhouettes. You blink, shake your head, and remind yourself of something every frontier traveller eventually learned. Not everything that looks like a threat is a threat, and not everything that looks harmless is harmless. You shift your weight, pressing deeper into the crook of the rocks. Your body aches with exhaustion, shoulders stiff, legs throbbing, back tightening into knots. But the brief micronaps are helping. Your thoughts no longer wobble as much. The world feels a little steadier, a little clearer, until you hear it again. The hoofbeats, soft, slow, deliberate. This time there's no mistaking it. The sound doesn't belong to your imagination. It's too rhythmic, too consistent, too grounded in the earth. You lift your head, listening with every fibre of your being. The hoofbeat approach, closer, then pause, then closer again, as if the creature is following an invisible map across the valley floor. Your heartbeat thumps in your ears. You lower yourself into a crouch, one hand slipping instinctively toward your pack where your knife rests. You don't draw it. Not yet. Drawing can turn suspicion into conflict, but you keep your fingers close. A mainstream historical truth slips quietly into your mind. Many frontier travellers described night encounters with feral horses, escape from caravans or abandon during storms. They roam the plains in small bands, cautious but curious. Some were harmless. Some were aggressive, especially stallions who'd once been trained and then lost to the wild. The sound you hear now is too slow for a band, too measured for panic. It's a single animal, alone. You ease forward just enough to peer over the rim of grass, keeping your silhouette low. The moon gives a soft silver wash to the valley, enough to make outlines shimmer faintly. You scan the darkness. There, a shape, large, solid, moving on 4 legs. A slow trot becomes a heavy step. You narrow your eyes. The proportions are off for a horse, shorter neck, broader shoulders, a lone elk. It stands about 20 yards away, massive in the moonlight, antlers rising like a pair of dark, branching crowns. Its posture is alert but not aggressive. It sniffs the air, exhaling mist that curls upward before disappearing into the night. You release a breath you didn't know you were holding. Still dangerous, though. A startled elk can crush a person without hesitation, especially at night. You stay quiet, motionless, letting the elk decide whether you matter. For a long moment it simply watches the valley, the same way you do. Animals know the frontier intimately. If the elk is calm, it means the immediate world around you is calm too. You study its movements, its breathing, the way its ears shift. No tension, no fear. You feel your own tension loosen slightly. But as you watch the elk, something else catches your attention. A separate sound, softer than hoofbeats, sharper than wind. A tiny clicking, like 2 stones tapping together. You freeze. The elk freezes with you. Its ears rotate toward the sound. Another click. Your pulse quickens. That sound isn't natural, not animal, not wind. 2 stones tapping together is a frontier signal sometimes used by travellers to communicate silently in the dark, especially when they didn't want strangers to hear their voices. Scouts used it to warn companions. Thieves used it to locate each other. Lost travellers used it to announce presence without shouting. The elk lifts its head sharply, snorting. You crouch lower, hearing the clicking again. Closer now, softer, deliberate. Someone is out there, more than one someone, and they're signalling. The elk suddenly bolts, crashing through the brush and thundering into the darkness until the sound fades. The entire valley goes still. You remain motionless, barely breathing. The clicking stops. Silence returns, heavy, waiting, unnatural. A quirky frontier tidbit rises like a cold whisper in your mind. Some night travellers believed that if animals fled suddenly, it meant something human, not animal, was nearby. Animals fear predators, yes, but they fear people in the dark even more. You lean back into the rocks, keeping your profile hidden. You're no longer alone in this valley. The night has eyes, human eyes. And sleep is no longer a luxury. It's a vulnerability. You steady your breathing, coil your muscles quietly, and wait for the next sound. Because whatever is moving out there has just decided to move closer. You press yourself deeper into the crook between the rocks, every muscle coiled, every breath measured so thin it barely stirs the grass. The silence that follows is the worst kind. The dense, waiting kind that feels like a curtain pulled tight across the night. Whoever made that clicking sound has gone quiet. Too quiet. Not the quiet of someone leaving, but the quiet of someone listening. You let your eyes adjust, sweeping the valley for any unnatural shapes. The moon has risen higher now, silvering the plains in long, pale streaks. Shadows stretch like ink across the ground. The elk's sudden flight still echoes faintly in your ears, a violent punctuation mark in the otherwise steady night. Animals don't run like that unless something shifts in the balance of the land. You breathe slowly, pulling the cold night air deep into your lungs. The exhaustion from before hasn't left, but it's changed. It's no longer a fog. It's a blade. Every sound is amplified. Every movement feels carved into your nerves. You shift your weight, inching one knee under your body. If you need to move, you need to move quickly. A mainstream historical truth slides into your thoughts, grounding you. Frontier travellers wrote often about the second silence, a moment after an animal flees when predators or people pause to read the world. It's the interval when nothing moves, nothing speaks, nothing decides. Those who survived the frontier learned never to move during the second silence. Movement invites consequences, so you stay still, and the silence stretches. Then, somewhere on the far side of the valley, a faint scrape breaks the stillness. Soft, metallic, almost like a buckle brushing against stone. Your skin tightens. Whoever it is, they aren't trying to move quietly anymore. They're repositioning. Another sound follows, a low exhale carried by the wind. Not yours, not an animal's, human. You stay crouched, motionless, letting the grass hide the outline of your shoulders. Your eyes scan the slopes ahead. You catch movement, a figure kneeling near a cluster of shadowed brush, head tilted as if listening. They're too far to make out detail, but their posture reveals intention. Low stance, weight balanced on the balls of their feet. Watching, waiting. You shift your gaze left. A second figure, barely visible, also crouched. They're not a group of wanderers, not traders, not lost travellers. They move with too much coordination, too little hesitation. This is a deliberate, controlled formation. People who know how to move through the night without becoming part of it. You lower your breathing again, letting instinct override fear. Panic is the enemy now. The people scattered across the valley haven't spotted you yet. Or if they have, they haven't decided what to do about it. But their presence alone tells you one thing. This valley has become a threshold. And thresholds are where the frontier tests the deepest skills you have. You weigh your options. Fight? No, never against an unseen group. Run? Too loud? Too exposed? Hide? Possible, but temporary. Watch? Yes. For now, you watch. Your eyes drift from one figure to another, mapping the valley in your mind. 3 shapes. No, 4. The fourth stands near a low ridge barely illuminated by moonlight. Tall, still, as if guarding a direction. 4 people moving in sequence. A quirky frontier tidbit surfaces, one that feels disturbingly relevant. Some old travellers used to say, if you see shadows in a square, someone is hunting. Not animals, but opportunity. They meant groups like this, organised, quiet, working in formation. Not always hostile, but never random. You swallow carefully. They're not spread out like predators. They're spread out like scouts. But scouts for what? You watch longer. The figures shift, repositioning themselves subtly. None move toward your hiding place, but none move away either. They're not tracking you specifically. They're tracking something or someone, and you happen to be in the same valley their attention crosses. Your heartbeat steadies with that realization. You aren't the quarry, at least not tonight. But if you make the wrong move, you could become part of a story you never meant to enter. One of the figures suddenly raises a hand, a silent signal. The others freeze. The wind drops. The entire valley tightens around the pause. Something is happening. You listen, not just with your ears, but with your body. The air changes pressure. A faint vibration hums under your boots. Then you hear it. Distant hooves. Not the elk. Not wandering. Galloping. Fast. Someone, mounted, riding hard toward the valley. The group of figures shifts instantly, angling toward the sound, readying themselves like people who've been waiting for this moment. You sink lower in your hiding spot, pulse quickening, mind sharpening into absolute clarity. You're about to witness something the frontier rarely reveals to outsiders, and whatever this is, you need to be invisible. The hooves grow louder, fast, insistent, shaking the ground in short, sharp pulses. Whoever is riding is pushing the animal to its limits, urging it across the valley with the desperation of someone fleeing something, or racing towards something they can't afford to miss. The echo bounces off the hills, making it hard to tell the exact direction of approach. You stay still, shoulders pressed to the cool stone, breath thin and quiet. The four figures shift subtly, positioning themselves with unnerving precision. One kneels near the brush, another moves behind a fallen log, a third melts into the deeper shadow of a ridge. The tall figure maintains their place at the valley's edge, posture straight, gaze fixed forward. They move like people practiced in silent coordination, too smooth to be amateurs, too deliberate to be simple travellers. You realise something then, something that tightens your pulse. This isn't a random group you stumbled across. This is an ambush. A mainstream historical truth shivers through your mind. Ambushes on the frontier were far more often laid for people than for animals. Sometimes for revenge, sometimes for protection, sometimes for survival, and sometimes for reasons no one ever discovered because the only witnesses were the plains themselves. You sink even lower into your hiding place. You're not part of this game. Not yet. And you intend to keep it that way. The hoofbeats grow close enough that you feel each one through the earth, tremors pulsing up your legs. The rider bursts into view at the northern ridge, silhouetted stark against the moonlight. The horse, dark, powerful, foams at the mouth from exertion. The rider leans low over its neck, urging it on with frantic jerking motions. But something is wrong. The rider glances back over their shoulder repeatedly, as if expecting to see something, or someone, coming after them. Their cloak snaps behind them in the wind. Even from a distance you can see the panic carved into their posture. They're terrified. The ambushers don't move, not yet. They let the rider enter the valley fully. Then, a soft whistle. One of the hidden figures responds with a subtle hand signal, nearly invisible in the dark. The rider hears nothing. You barely hear anything yourself. But the ambushers react instantly. The kneeling figure at the brush lifts something to their shoulder. A sling, not a rifle. The old frontier kind made for silence. They whirl it once, twice. A click, a snap, a whistle through the air. A stone flies across the valley and strikes a rock near the rider's path, sharp enough to spark. The horse rears violently, screaming as hooves claw at the air. The rider nearly falls, gripping the mane with both hands, scrambling to maintain balance. The horse lands hard, trembling, spinning in terror. The ambushers aren't aiming to kill, they're aiming to stop. A quirky frontier tidbit surfaces from memory. Some groups use slings instead of guns in nighttime confrontations, because gunfire carried too far. The sound could summon unintended attention, rival groups, predators, or armed travellers who didn't want to be part of the conflict. Stones were quieter, cleaner, more controlled. You watch closely. The rider steadies their horse, breathing hard, chest rising and falling in uneven bursts. They look around, realizing too late that the valley is wrong, too quiet, too empty, too focused. Another figure steps out from the shadows, slow, deliberate, not threatening, not friendly, just present. Their silhouette blocks the rider's escape to the east. The tall figure on the ridge shifts slightly, arms crossed, posture firm. A leader. The rider tugs the reins, preparing to turn the horse, but a second stone hits the ground near its hooves. Not hard, just enough to warn. The horse snorts, stamping nervously. The rider's shoulders shake. They know they're trapped. You feel the tension closing in, thickening like storm clouds. The leader finally steps forward, calling out, not loudly, but with a voice that cuts the valley with surprising clarity. Easy now, nobody's here to harm you. The rider's terrified reply rings back. Then why hide in the dark? Good question. The leader lifts a hand. The other three figures remain still but alert. Because we needed to see who was coming, the leader says. You shift your angle slightly, trying to see the leader's face. Moonlight catches a fragment of it. Sharply drawn features, eyes that reflect light like tempered steel. The rider's horse stomps again, nervous, restless. What do you want? The rider demands, voice trembling. The leader steps closer. What you took. The valley goes utterly silent. Your pulse spikes. This isn't about territory. This isn't about hunting. This is a retrieval. The ambushers close the circle slowly, not aggressively, but with the quiet confidence of people who know the outcome is already written. You stay motionless behind your rocks, breath barely threading between your lips. This conflict isn't yours. Dragging yourself into it is the surest way to vanish into the night. But as you watch the valley tighten around the frightened rider, one realization solidifies in your mind. The frontier isn't just wilderness. It's a crossroads of every kind of human desperation. And tonight, you're witnessing the kind that changes the air itself. Heavy, dangerous, and moments away from breaking open. You brace yourself, because whatever happens next is going to shake the valley. You lean deeper into the dark recess between the rocks, every muscle tightening as the valley holds its breath. The four figures close in around the rider with slow, practiced precision, leaving the mount nowhere to turn. Not north, not east, not toward the slope where you hide. The horse's breath steams in the cold air, each exhale sharp and frantic. Its hooves paw the earth in nervous circles, half turning one way, then jerking the other. The rider clings to the reins, posture trembling, eyes darting through the moonlit silhouettes that now surround them. The leader steps closer, boots sinking softly into the grass. Their voice, steady but edged with something colder, cuts through the stillness. You know what you took, they say. Not a threat, not a shout. A statement, a truth delivered plainly. The rider swallows hard, loud enough that even from your hiding place you hear it in the silence. I didn't have a choice, they answer. Their voice cracks, strained with exhaustion and fear. It wasn't mine to begin with. You know that. The leader stops a few paces away, moonlight catching the outline of their coat and the deliberate stillness of their posture. Doesn't matter whose it was before, they reply. It matters who needs it now. A mainstream historical fact slips naturally into your thoughts. Frontier conflicts didn't always spark over land or cattle or grudges. Sometimes they erupted over desperate essentials. Medicine, food reserves, tools, even simple items like needles or blankets. Out here, one missing object could mean life or death for an entire group. People stole not for greed, but for survival. And those wronged didn't chase thieves out of pride. They chased them because they couldn't afford not to. You study the rider's posture more closely. Their shoulders slump as if the weight of the moment presses heavier than any pack. Their horse sidesteps anxiously, snorting in short bursts. The rider strokes its neck, an unconscious plea for calm. The leader glances at the sky, the moon, the ridgeline, then at the rider again. Hand it over, they say. This doesn't need to get worse. One of the ambushers shifts behind the rider, a silent signal, closing the last gap left in the circle. The tension thickens, settling over the valley like frost. You feel it in your teeth, in the tightness at the base of your skull. The rider's lips tremble. Their fingers fumble through their coat, searching, hesitating. You watch the shape of something small and tightly wrapped emerge. Just a bundle, no larger than a fist. Cloth frayed at the edges. Whatever it is, it's important enough to chase across miles. Important enough to ambush for. Important enough to risk a standoff under the unforgiving night. The rider holds it out, but their hand shakes so violently the bundle nearly slips from their fingers. "Take it," they whisper. "Take it. I shouldn't have run, but I couldn't let it fall into the wrong hands." The leader freezes, not stunned, not surprised, but thinking. You catch the faintest shift in their posture, one eyebrow lifting, one shoulder tightening. A subtle signal the others pick up instantly. Their focus sharpens. Their silhouettes lean forward a fraction. This isn't simple retrieval. There's more here. A layered truth beneath the obvious one. The leader steps forward and reaches for the bundle. Slowly, deliberately, as if approaching a live coal. The rider flinches. "Careful," they warn. "It's fragile." You hold your breath. The leader takes the bundle and turns it gently in their hands. They peel back the cloth just enough to look inside. Moonlight spills across whatever lies within, casting a faint glimmer that catches you by surprise. A shimmer of glass or polished metal, or something else equally delicate. Whatever it is, the leader's expression changes, but only slightly. Still controlled, still careful, but there's a flicker, recognition, relief, urgency, all blending into one silent revelation. The leader wraps it again and tucks it into their coat. "It's safe now," they say, not to the rider, to the group. "We're done here." You think that's the end of it. Conflict diffused, tension dissolving. But the rider leans forward, voice trembling. "You don't understand. They're coming." The leader stiffens. "Who?" they ask. The rider's eyes widen as they scan the ridgeline behind them. "All of them." The valley shifts. The air tightens. The night becomes something sharp. The leader snaps a glance at their group, a subtle gesture. "Ready yourselves." You feel the ground tremble again. Faint at first, then stronger, quicker. Hoofbeats. Not one, not two, many. A quirky frontier tidbit flickers into memory. Some old journals mention night raids conducted by rival bands, swift, coordinated, silent, until the very last moment, using the cover of darkness to outnumber and overwhelm. Not common, but not myth. The rider wasn't running from the ambushers, they were running to them, because something worse is coming, fast. You press yourself deeper behind the rocks, breath steady, mind sharp. The valley is about to erupt, and you're caught right in the middle of it. The hoofbeats multiply, shaking the ground now, rolling through the valley like distant thunder galloping closer and closer. The rhythm isn't smooth. It's jagged, uneven, a chaotic blend of dozens of riders pushing their mounts hard across the rough terrain. The earth vibrates beneath your palms. Pebbles shiver against the rock beside you. Even the grass trembles. The leader hears it too. Their posture snaps rigid, their head tilting to catch the direction of the sound. The other three figures shift instantly. No panic, no wasted motion, just quiet readiness. They move the way fire spreads, silent, fast, and purposeful. Whatever group they belong to, they've prepared for this. The rider, still trembling, gripping the reins with white knuckles, leans forward and whispers urgently, I told you they'd follow." The leader's voice slices the cold air. "How far behind?" "Minutes," the rider gasps. "Maybe less." You can hear it now. multiple hooves striking the earth in rapid succession, a whole swarm of bodies crashing forward. It's not one band, it's not a search party, it's a pursuit force. Your pulse thunders in your ears as you sink lower in your hiding place. You've survived storms, hunger, thirst, silence, and shadows. But this is human conflict blooming wide open under the moonlight. And you know one thing for certain. Nothing out here is more unpredictable than people in the dark. The leader raises their hand, signaling the three companions. They break formation instantly, peeling away to take positions along the valley's edges. No shouting, no panic, just silent, precise motion. These people aren't here to ambush, they're here to defend. The rider's voice shakes. They won't stop, not as long as they think I still have it. The leader throws them a sharp look. You should have come to us sooner. I didn't know if I could trust you. Moonlight flashes across the leader's expression. A mixture of frustration, fear, and something deeper. You should have trusted desperation. It's the only honest thing out here. The hoofbeats surge louder, closer, nearly upon the ridge. A mainstream historical truth floats into your thoughts. Frontier standoffs often erupted without warning. No parley, no mercy. Shadows became battlegrounds, valleys became traps, and those caught between forces rarely walked away unchanged. You tighten your grip on the rocks. Instinct screams at you to run, but run where? The valley is wide open. The riders will sweep through like a tidal wave of dust and hooves. Staying hidden is your only chance. A shape appears on the ridge, then another, then three more, silhouettes on horseback, dark, angular, and fast-moving. Dozens. The moon catches glints of metal, buckles, blade handles, maybe rifles. Their formation is loose but purposeful, funneling down the slope like water seeking the lowest point. They know this valley. They're steering toward it deliberately. The leader draws a slow breath. The moment they break the ridge, they murmur, we won't have time. Time for what? The rider asks, voice cracking. To choose who we are tonight. You feel the words settle into the valley, heavy as stone. The first horse thunders down the slope, hooves sparking against a patch of loose shale. Behind it, riders spread into a crescent shape, designed to surround, overwhelm, control. Not a random chase. This is a coordinated strike. A quirky frontier tidbit flickers into your mind. Some groups use nighttime crescents as pressure nets, formations meant to funnel fleeing people toward a chosen direction. But these riders aren't funneling, they're closing. The leader steps forward, arms loose but ready, voice steady despite the shaking valley. Stay behind me, they tell the rider. No sudden movements. You don't understand, the rider breathes. If they see you with me... They already know we're here, the leader snaps. The only question now is who fires the first shot. Your heart jumps. The word fire slices through the cold air like a blade. Guns haven't been drawn yet, but the weight of them hangs heavy, invisible, inevitable. The riders descend fully into the valley now. Moonlight splashes across their faces, stern, determined. Not wild with vengeance, but cold with purpose. These aren't raiders. These aren't thieves. These are people with orders. The leading rider, a tall, broad figure, yanks their horse to a halt, the animal skidding sideways with a harsh snort. Dust lifts in a swirling halo around them. They point straight at the rider in the middle of the valley. There, the leader of the pursuing band shouts. Hand them over! The ambush leader does not move. Not an inch. No, they reply. A silence cracks open like lightning, but without sound. The mounted leader lowers their voice, dangerous in its quiet. You know what you're protecting. Yes, the ambush leader answers. Do you? The valley holds its breath. Hands twitch near holsters. Horses paw the ground. The moon sharpens every shadow into a weapon. You flatten yourself fully behind the rocks now, barely daring to breathe. One wrong word here and the night will explode, and you, silent witness hidden in the dark, can only watch as the frontier sharpens itself into its most dangerous form, human against human, will against will, desperation against desperation. And the spark that starts it is about to fall. The standoff stretches across the valley like a wire pulled so tight it could snap with the slightest breath. You stay motionless behind your sheltering rocks, every muscle tense, every sense sharpened. The moon hangs above the scene like a cold, distant witness. Its light paints the valley in harsh silver, giving every figure, mounted or standing, a frosted outline, as if the night itself wants to etch this moment permanently into memory. The leader of the mounted band sits tall in the saddle, rigid, jaw locked tight. Their gloved hand rests on the reins with a calmness that feels far too studied to be natural. People who are ready for violence often appear calmer than those who fear it. They've chosen their place in the world. The chaos is just part of their script. The ambush leader steps slightly forward, not aggressive, but unyielding. The stolen bundle remains hidden under their coat, as if absorbing the warmth of their body through the fabric. Their voice is low when they speak, but the quietness makes it more cutting. "They came to us," the ambush leader says, tilting their head subtly toward the rider behind them. "Running for help, running for protection." The mounted leader scoffs. "They were running from guilt." "No," ambush leader counters, "they were running from fear." And that single word, fear, ripples through the valley like a shiver. The rider on the exhausted horse swallows hard, boots pressing into the stirrups. Their voice cracks when they speak. "I didn't steal it to sell. I didn't run to hide. I ran because you weren't listening. If they get their hands on it, none of us survive the winter." Your breath stutters. Winter. Survival. This isn't about money. This is about something deeper. A mainstream historical fact threads into your thoughts. On the frontier, winter could kill more swiftly and efficiently than any human conflict. A lost cache of medicine, a missing bundle of seeds, a map to a water source. These weren't just items. They were lifelines, and entire communities would fight, chase, or ambush to secure what might save them from starvation or disease. The mounted leader jerks the reins sharply, guiding their horse a step closer. The animal's breath gushes like steam in the cold air. "Hand it over," they demand. "Your group has no right to it." "And yours does," the ambush leader counters. "We're the ones who prepared it. We're the ones who can use it. That's not your decision to make, and it isn't yours either." The valley tightens even more. You can almost hear the cold metallic click of tension rising, though no one has drawn a weapon yet. All it would take is the twitch of a finger, the flick of an eyelid, the shift of a shadow. Behind the ambush leader, the rider speaks again, desperation sharpening their words. "You don't understand. If the sickness spreads..." "Enough!" The mounted leader cuts them off, sharply. "You created the danger by running with it." The rider lifts their chin weakly. "I created a chance." The ambush leader raises a hand slightly, not to signal attack, but to steady the rider behind them. "Go on," they murmur. The rider steels themselves and speaks louder, voice shaking but brave in the way desperation can make a person brave. "Half your people were already sick. The last shipment of medicine spoiled before it reached camp. We all know it. You can pretend you have control, but you don't. You were going to ration it wrong. You were going to lose people." The mounted leader stiffens, not in fury, but in something like shame or fear. The rider continues, breath trembling. "I took it because I knew they gesture at the ambushers. had the tools, the knowledge, the people to distribute it properly. If I'd handed it to you, you would have done what you always do. Choose strength over sense. A hush falls, a meaningful one, because the truth has been spoken aloud. A quirky frontier tidbit surfaces in your memory. Old frontier accounts described moments when entire standoffs deflated because truth, not bravery, not threats, cut through the tension. Sometimes a single confession unraveled the entire conflict. Other times it only deepened the divide. Tonight, the truth hangs in the air like frost, but it changes something. The mounted leader shifts in the saddle, shoulders drop a fraction. They look, not at the ambush leader now, but at the rider, directly, long, searching their face for deception. What you did, they say slowly, might save lives. The rider nods shakily. That was the point. But, the mounted leader continues, it also betrayed trust. You made a choice for everyone without asking. I made the only choice that made sense. Silence again. But this silence is warmer, less sharp, still dangerous but uncertain. The mounted leader exhales, a long weary sound. I can't return without it. You know what happens if I do? Their words carry weight, heavy communal weight. The ambush leader steps forward enough for moonlight to paint their face. Then stay, they say. Stay with us. Help distribute it properly. Help use it wisely. Stay until we can all get through winter alive. A breath catches in your throat. That offer is more than peace. It's alliance. The mounted leader looks at the valley, at the moon, at their silent companions, then at the ambush leader. Finally they nod, a small gesture, almost imperceptible, but enough to rewrite the night. The air loosens, horses shift, tension drains like water from cupped hands. You wait behind your rocks, heart finally beginning to settle, but you know better than to move. Because the frontier often grants peace only after it tests you with its sharpest blade, and the test isn't over yet. The shift in the valley is so subtle you almost miss it. One nod, just a tilt of the mounted leader's head, and everything that was wound tight as a snare begins to ease, not relaxed, not safe, but softened, like frost beginning to melt at the edges. Horses lower their heads, shoulders loosen, hands drift a few inches away from weapons. It's the kind of fragile truce that could shatter with a single misplaced breath. Yet for now, it holds. You stay low, hidden, silent. Because peace is loud only after it's truly settled, and this peace hasn't settled yet. It's hovering above the valley like a wary animal. The mounted leader shifts in the saddle, signalling their group with a flick of their wrist, so small you almost miss it. The riders fan out just slightly, relaxing their horses, giving them room to breathe. The ambushers remain still at first, then ease their postures as well, though none of them lower their guard completely. Everyone stands in a suspended, delicate balance. Then the rider, the one who fled, finally exhales, their breath breaking into a trembling cloud. So, what happens now? They whisper. The mounted leader runs a hand along the horse's neck, grounding both themselves and the animal. Now? They glance toward the ambush leader. Now we start acting like people who want to survive the winter. The ambush leader nods once. Agreed. It sounds simple, but you can hear the weight beneath those words. Survival isn't shared easily on the frontier. Sharing means trusting. Trusting means risking. Risking means opening doors to harm. A mainstream historical truth settles naturally into place. Winter alliances were common on the frontier, but they were brittle, temporary, fragile arrangements forged through necessity rather than friendship. Groups who fought tooth and nail during spring sometimes huddled together for warmth in December, and when snow thawed, those alliances often dissolved as quickly as they formed. You sense the same pattern beginning here, a truce not out of affection but survival. The ambush leader takes the wrapped bundle from their coat again, not opening it this time, but holding it where all can see. Even from your position you can sense its importance. Not the object itself, but what it represents. Hope, or power, or the possibility of another season alive. We use it together, the ambush leader says. We ration it together. We protect it together. The mounted leader considers this, eyes sharp beneath the moonlight. Then slowly, very slowly, they nod again. But our people will expect answers. Then give them truth, the ambush leader replies. Truth is lighter to carry than lies. A quiet, knowing murmur runs through both groups. Truth is rarely the path chosen on the frontier, but tonight it seems to be the only one that won't draw blood. The mounted leader dismounts, boots sinking into the grass with a soft crunch. The horse shakes its mane, relieved. When the leader steps forward, the air tightens again, not with danger, but with anticipation. They extend a hand toward the ambush leader, not quite a handshake, more of an agreement etched in posture rather than touch. The ambush leader nods and gestures toward the center of the valley. Let's talk. Simple words, but in frontier language, they might as well be an oath. The two groups begin to shift closer, forming an uneven circle around the truce. They move carefully, watching each other with equal parts caution and curiosity. You watch all of it unfold with a strange blend of awe and tension. People choosing cooperation over violence, even when violence would have been easier. A quirky frontier tidbit echoes in your mind. Some old travellers swore that the night itself listened to such agreements, that if people chose peace under the moon, the land remembered, softening its trials in return. You don't know if such law is true, but right now the valley feels gentler than it did before, less heavy, less haunted by desperation. The rider dismounts at last, knees weak from exhaustion. The leader of their pursuers catches their arm to steady them, not roughly, not angrily, but with the quiet understanding of someone who recognizes fear's grip. There's a moment, a rare, fleeting one, where the entire valley feels on the cusp of transformation. People gathering, breathing, talking. You feel your own muscles loosen for the first time in hours. The danger hasn't vanished, but it has shifted, changed shape, become something calmer. You finally slide 1 inch back from the rocks, 1 breath deeper, 1 heartbeat slower. The crisis is not yours. The alliance is not yours. The valley is not yours. But you've survived it, witnessed it. And now, as the moonlight spreads softly across the grass, a realization dawns in your mind. Quiet, steady, almost comforting. You don't always survive the frontier by fighting it. Sometimes you survive by letting others fight their battles while you simply endure the night. The voices in the valley become conversation now, soft, steady, human. And for the first time since sunset, you feel safe enough to breathe fully again. The valley grows quieter as the conversations soften, the tension dissolves, and the night stretches wide above you. You let yourself lean back against the rock at last, feeling the cool surface cradle your shoulders. The moon hangs high, steady, gentle, untroubled by the chaos it has watched unfold. Its pale glow settles over the grass like a blanket, drawing the sharp edges of the world into something softer, something almost peaceful. Your breath slows, your limbs unclench. All the urgency that carried you through storms, thirst, shadows, and human conflict begins to melt away. The voices in the distance fade into a gentle hum, no longer sharp with fear or heavy with threat, just tired people trying to find a way forward. You don't need to hear their words. It's enough to know they're no longer shaping the valley with danger. The land feels lighter now, as if the night itself approves of the fragile truce woven between them. You stretch your fingers, feeling the stiffness ease out of them. Your heartbeat settles into an easy rhythm, steady and calm, matching the slow drift of the wind as it brushes across the plains. The scents of sage and cold earth rise with the breeze, grounding you, guiding you gently back into yourself after so much strain. You watch the moonlit horizon for a moment longer, letting your eyes soften and your body relax into the safety of stillness. No more pursuit, no more hiding, just the cool night wrapped around you, carrying you toward rest. Let your breath sink deeper. Let your shoulders fall. Let the land quiet your thoughts. The danger has passed. The night is calm. And you are safe enough now to close your eyes and drift wherever sleep wants to take you.